Es freut mich sehr, Sie im Namen der Organisatoren der ersten International Public Media Conference hier im Zentrum.
On behalf of the organizers of this conference at the Paul Klee Center in Bern today, I would like to welcome all of you, and thanks for coming in such great numbers despite the stormy weather, and we are happy to be able to welcome such prominent speakers today. First of all, of course, our Federal Councillor, Mrs. Simonetta Sommaruga, who will speak to us in a few minutes. But we also have visitors from abroad, from Germany, from Belgium, Scotland, and of course from Switzerland are here. And then there will be a virtual surprise guest at the end of the afternoon. And once again, thanks everybody for coming here today. This is my first and last moment on stage today. This is why I would like to thank Alina Corradi and all the other organizers for organizing this event. Since this is the first International Public Media Conference, my colleagues from the organizing committee have asked me to raise some of the traditional questions on journalism. Who, how, when, why, you all know these questions. And since most of our visitors have come here today, I will leave out the question of why and when. But this brings us to, the where and when, but this brings us to the question why, and I'd like to combine that with the question who. So our former Federal Councillor Doris Leuthard found that there were many conferences in Switzerland on media, but none that dealt specifically with the public tasks of media, and that this public mandate is a relevant topic has also been shown by the great interest in the Noel referendum vote. But the outcome of the vote was not the end of the discussion, rather it prepared a new stage for this discussion that needs to be continued. And this is a task for all of us, media creators, media scientists, politicians, but also civil society and cultural organizations, to keep this discussion alive in the spirit of our democratic values. And we aim to contribute to this with this conference. So we have support from the Federal Department of Environment, Transport, Energy and Communications and other public or government bodies that have supported us. And we want this to be an event that looks outside the box and tries to get an international perspective on this discussion on media. And this is also the underlying principle of today's event. But of course, it's not only the anniversary of the Noel, but the start of the parliamentary sessions in Switzerland. And we cannot welcome the representatives of the media commissions of the government here today because they are busy, but we want to give them the possibility to exchange ideas with our guests. We have a video conference during the lunch break. So I have outlined the program. Thank you everybody for coming here and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Grazie fetch Ladina Heimgartner.
As you certainly know, since January this year, we've had a new federal councillor in charge of the media after 8 years at the helm of the Federal Department of Justice and Police. The new federal councillor has moved to the Federal Department of the Environment, Transport, Energy and Communication. We do not know how she intends to live her role as the new director of the department. We're looking forward to hearing from her. At the end of January, the newspaper Aargauer Zeitung wrote an article on how times are getting tougher under Simonetta Sommaruga. Well, whether times are going to get tougher also for public media under new federal councillor Simonetta Sommaruga, we don't know. We're very happy to have her here. Well, dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bern. Welcome to this highly interesting conference indeed. Now, I'm challenging you to imagine you're standing on Alexander Square in Chur in the canton of the Grisons, because that's where I was standing exactly 1 year ago. And I witnessed something interesting indeed. I witnessed a mixture of a public party, an open-air concert, and a cultural event, because the public assembled there, together with many representatives in culture, to take a stand against doing away with taxpayer funding for public service media. And shortly thereafter, the Swiss people in the referendum clearly said no to this initiative, and hence the Swiss public said yes to public funding of public service media. They did so because the people in Switzerland know how important publicly funded media is for the media landscape. When that referendum took place, I was still at the helm of the Department of Police and Justice, and in the 8 years I was in that function, I always took up cudgels for the rule of order, because without a clear rule of order there is no democracy. And you've heard it, for a few months now I've been in charge of infrastructure. That is, I'm in charge of all of these things that are necessary for the functioning of a country, for train tracks, for electricity grids, postal services. I'm in charge of infrastructure in Switzerland, and part of that infrastructure is also the media landscape, the media infrastructure that provides the public with reliable information. Without reliable information, without facts, there cannot be a debate, and hence there cannot be democracy. And hence my former job links up with my present job. In my new job, we're preparing the basis for a democratic debate. Media are the life insurance of a modern democracy. And that's why governments that want to weaken democratic states often attack the media, or they try to take control of media in a state. Of course, media are uncomfortable in a state. They have a role. They have a monitoring function. They question people in power and their decisions. The media are indeed the sting that keeps people in power on their toes. Critical media make sure that nobody becomes excessive in their exerting power. Facebook and Google cannot take on that role in spite of their millions of users, and they don't want to. Of course, they're financially powerful with all the monies they get from advertising, but they do not do their job to enlighten the public. They follow their own agenda, which is fine for them. They're entitled to following their own business model. But let's not confuse this with what we understand by journalism. It seems pertinent. Markets by themselves cannot create the preconditions for democratic debates. Markets do not take into consideration cultural or linguistic specificities of a country. Let's go back to Alexander Square in Chur that I mentioned before. It is no coincidence, specifically for the population in the canton of the Grisons, to take such a clear stand against doing away with taxpayer funding for public service media, because that canton of the Grisons is rich in beautiful scenery and linguistic and cultural diversity. German is being spoken, Italian, and Romansh is being spoken in that canton. The Grisons, however, are also the country of the 150 valleys. A democracy must be able to have journalists in every remote corner of every valley, because it's the journalists that uncover illegitimate business dealings, they uncover infringements on rural planning laws. And they make sure that all the facts are put on the table before a decision is taken, for example, on whether a canton should be in charge of Olympic Games. That's why we need public service media, because they do not have to abide by mercantile laws only. They know that linguistic cultural diversity issues are just as important as quota. On the other hand, though, those that want to weaken public service media also weaken the integrative function that they have, which is of particular relevance in a country with many different cultures and languages. The weaker an infrastructure with public service media, the stronger the influence of foreign media groups, influence also on national policies. You need to be perfectly aware of that. Particularly those that attack public service media here or elsewhere need to be aware of that fact. Public service media have been strengthened by this referendum on Nobilek, which has not freed them of all their problems, because obviously consumers make use of media differently than they did before, and this raises challenges for public service media. Also, newspaper publishing houses are facing a very difficult situation indeed, if not a more difficult situation, because changes in consumption has a very direct bearing on their income. Almost half of the population in Switzerland no longer get their information through classical media. They get their information through news portals and social media. More people than before today do not follow any news, which is a challenge for advertising income. Populations are not prepared to pay for public service offerings, and that's a development that I see with some concern. As current Minister for Infrastructure, as former Minister for Public and Justice, I see that as a problem, because our country needs excellent service public service media, but it also needs a broad media landscape. Of course, today we're talking about public service media. It is, however, also our job to think of tomorrow. And a future without private publishing houses is unthinkable. I like to begin my day with the news on the radio, but at 7:30 at last, I want to have my newspaper available, print or online. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you're going to enjoy substantial and exciting discussions. Thank you very much indeed for taking up the democratic debate each and every day and for enriching it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Federal Councillor. Before we now move on to the first keynote of the day, I'd like to draw your attention to acronyms that you will keep hearing again and again today. PSM is one of those acronyms. PSM stands for Public Service Media. PSB stands for Public Service Broadcaster. PSM, Public Service Media. PSB, Public Service Broadcaster. And another comment, as you see from the program, we have a very tight time frame. If you have any questions for our speakers, make sure that you ask them over lunch or at the end of the conference, or contact them through Twitter or email. Thank you very much. Very often one lays emphasis on the importance of PSM for social cohesion and democracy, but do they really make a difference? Karen Donders will provide a reply to this. She is professor for media policies and the media markets in Europe and director of the department media at the research center IMEK SMIT at the Free University of Brussels. She focuses mainly on European media policies, on public law medias and competition policies, as well as on the effects of public policy on medias. Public service media beyond the digital hype are public broadcasters making a difference in European society.
To hear what you have to say, the platform is yours, Curran Donders.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure for me to be here in Switzerland. It seems to be that I found a country that is, from a political point of view, equally complicated as Belgium. So I feel at home, although I have to admit that yesterday evening over dinner I learned that you're more a consensus-based regime and we're more a conflict-based regime. And I think, obviously, the consensus-based regime is working better, I would argue, than the conflict-based regime that we have in Belgium. Now, I'm not going to talk about Belgium anymore. Don't worry about that. I slightly changed the title of my presentation into Public Service Media Beyond the Digital Hype, Back to Basics, a plea for a citizenship-centric approach, and I also think that relates a bit to what the previous speaker has been pointing at. Now, I only have 20 minutes, so I'll try to be as short as possible in discussing with you about 3 questions. Is public service media the new standard? 2, are public broadcasters living up to the ideal of public service media? And 3, can a citizenship-centric approach be helpful in future developments? So first, is public service media the new standard? And when I was introduced, it was already said that we are evolving from public service broadcasting to public service media. And public service media, as you all know, is defined in literature, but also by public broadcasters themselves, as public broadcasters delivering not only radio and television programs, but all kinds of services across platforms and devices. And if possible, also with a more, let's say, active role inclusion of the audience than was the case with public service broadcasting. Now, I think it's very important to emphasize that in scientific research, actually 99.99% of researchers actually defend public service media as the logical, almost natural step in the evolution of public service broadcasting. So from an academic point of view, although obviously in a lot of European countries there is still discussion about this at a political level, public service media as a concept is rather uncontested. What I think is interesting is that the last 3 years we've seen that also at the political level in a lot of European countries, not all of them, I'll come back to that later, there is a perception that there is an increased need for public broadcasters, specifically in this platform age in which we are, where we see phenomena such as fake news and clickbait and datafication of consumers, and where the idea is that indeed the market itself will not deliver sufficient societal value to citizens and democracy, and for that reason we need public broadcasters. Short critical note on this is that sometimes everything public broadcasters do is being presented as public service media. That's a very dangerous road in that sense that public service media then risks to become some sort of public service anything. And a concept without borders essentially is not a concept. To speak of a concept, you definitely need to know what the borders of the concept are, even if you do not want to limit that concept to specific genres or specific types of services. And I'll come back to this later, how I think that we can define public service media in a way that is perhaps making it even more clear what it is and what is not. Now, this is everything I want to say about public service media, because it is something that has been widely discussed for the past 10, 15 years. It's something that we all know. What I would like to discuss with you is, are public broadcasters living up to this ideal of public service media in practice or not? And obviously the answer to that question is twofold. Yes, they are, and no, they're not. And obviously also the answer to that question differs from country to country in Europe. I will only give one example where I think they're clearly living up to the ideal of public service media. I noticed there are quite a lot of public broadcasting people in the next session, so I'm sure they will provide more examples of how they deliver value to society. The one example I took with me, and I hope you forgive me for this, it's a bit chauvinist, it's from my own public broadcaster, Flemish public broadcaster VRT, is the move against bullying. It is a multi-platform thing. It's not only a television program, it's really an initiative that works across radio, television and online in collaboration with schools. It's largely focusing on primary schools, and it's an initiative the public broadcaster is now doing, I think, already for 4 or 5 years, and really aiming to enhance awareness of bullying and the consequences that it can have on children. It's not stigmatizing the bulliers, it's not victimizing the ones that are being bullied, and it's certainly addressing, let's say, the silent majority in between the ones that bully and the ones that are being bullied. And interestingly, there is also some research that actually shows that not only children, but also their parents and teachers have become more aware of bullying because of this initiative of the public broadcaster, and that also children indicate that there is less bullying in their school because of this initiative. And if you wonder what the dots mean, it's just a symbol of the campaign, and you get all kinds of people from celebrities to politicians that basically make pictures and post them on Twitter and Instagram to say that they support the move against bullying. I think this is a clear example, and I'm sure that all people in this room can think of other examples where you clearly see that public broadcasters make a difference to society. Now, I also see that looking at various countries in Europe, there are points where some work still needs to be done, where there is a disconnect between the ideal and practice. That's also normal. That is not an argument against public service media, but it's normal that there is a disconnect between ideal and practice, because an ideal is always something that you strive after but will never be able to achieve fully in practice. And I observe this disconnect at 6 levels: audience, public institutions, competitors, government, digital, and me and myself. That's not me and myself, but I mean public broadcasting organizations and themselves. So at the level of the audience, obviously, and that is also something I think most people will know, there is an issue in terms of reaching certain groups in society, and I would argue that's mainly the 24 to 35 years old that have children, busy job, and cannot really always connect with the schedule of a public broadcaster. And this is like the Hulu, Amazon, Netflix audience. But besides that age thing, there is also an issue specifically of reaching minorities in societies that is incredibly problematic for public broadcasters in Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, France. And it's not only a question of reach, do we actually technically reach these people, but also do these people mentally feel reached? Do they feel represented by the public broadcast, or do they feel they are part of public service media? I'll come back to this point later, because I really think it's important for the future of the institution. Then looking at the ideal of public service media and practice, there is a lot of literature saying public broadcasters should work together with other public institutions in some sort of digital commons, in science education, in science communication, in education, in media literacy, and that is actually happening quite a lot. But we also know of research on several European countries, there is a disconnect there too. The partners of public broadcasters very often feel like the ugly duckling, so the smallest one in the room, and the public broadcaster being the big one and imposing formats and their modus operandi on them. So it's really important to think, how can we work towards shared goals as equal partners? Competitors, I think that's something you all know, that in a lot of European countries, public broadcasters and commercial media do not always get along very well. In public service media literature, the emphasis is on public broadcasters also generating economic value and engaging in partnerships with commercial media. I'm not against that, but what you see is that in several European countries where you have a very active partnership agenda, that every single time a management contract has to be negotiated, so new rules have to be adopted, you see a revival of lobbying of commercial media against the public broadcaster. So this partnership agenda is definitely a good thing, but when it then really matters and you would expect less lobbying, you actually see in practice that the opposite is happening. A fourth point of disconnect, and obviously I know this is not a disconnect that you will see in Switzerland, but you see it in a lot of different European countries, and you see it more and more, is that public service media sets out from the idea of independence from government, editorial independence, and that in more and more European countries we actually see that there is an increased political meddling with what public broadcasters are doing. And there the challenge is obviously how do you position yourselves against that as public broadcasters, but for example also at the level of the European Broadcasting Union. So we definitely see a tendency in several countries such as Poland, Hungary, Spain, towards features of a liberal democracy, not liberal democracy, illiberal democracy. So what do you do about that? Because it essentially goes against the basics of public service media and what it stands for. I said in the beginning, beyond the digital hype, I think the last 10 years we focused a lot on digital and perhaps forgot that obviously digital is instrumental to what public service media wants to be, but definitely the digital is challenging for public broadcasters at the financial level, at the organizational level, at the level of audience engagement. But actually the digital, although it's disrupting, might be one of the best things that have happened to public broadcasters in the sense that the public service-driven agenda of public broadcasters in a world of clickbait and algorithms and datafication might actually strengthen the rationale of public service media in such a modern society, more so than was the case in the public service broadcasting age. The last disconnect I would like to say something about is probably the least popular one, I'm already doing research on public broadcasting, I think for about 15 years now, and public broadcasters at times, they do a lot of wonderful stuff, but can be their own worst enemy, and can make the case against them more effectively sometimes than commercial competitors can do. I'll give an example. If you as a public broadcaster say, well, we are so different compared to platforms such as Facebook or commercial local media because we treat your data, the citizens' data, we treat them with respect for your privacy, and then later on some tech-savvy people in the audience actually point out that you're not adequately protecting their data, then you did not really walk the talk. And that's a problem because you kind of jeopardize your own legitimacy when doing that. There are other examples also specifically of public broadcasters that are funded on the basis of both public and commercial revenues, which is obviously not an easy thing to deal with as a public broadcaster, but where you see some sort of commercial behavior that are actually, you cannot justify them on the basis of a public service remit. You can justify them on the basis that you need money, but not per se on the basis of this public service media deal. And that is what I call kind of the schizophrenic relationship that public broadcasters as an organization sometimes have with themselves. And obviously also there you see a lot of differences across Europe for sure. So can a citizenship-centric approach help in future developments? So I did not really want to depict a gloomy picture of public service media in Europe, because there are definitely lots of good things that are happening, and you see a difference between countries. I just think that in public service media discussions, we should move away from the very tech-driven, digital-oriented vision, because then you're kind of running behind a moving target, and you should more look at societies in transition. I think most of you will agree with me on this, that there are a lot of societal fractures. You see the Gilets jaunes movement in France, you see climate protests of youngers, there is a lot of discussion about migration integration. You'll even have that in Switzerland, even if you have a consensus-based regime. And what you see in a lot of European countries, and not only in Eastern and Southern Europe, you also see it in Western Europe, also for example in the country I'm from, is that you risk a mental disconnect. So you have several people that do not, and it's not like 5%, it's a growing group in the population, that feels that the public broadcaster is representing the interests of an urban progressive elite. I'm not saying public broadcasters are doing it. I'm saying this is a perception. And it's a very dangerous perception that could work against public service media and democracy at large in the future. So my argument there is the rupture is not digital, the rupture is societal, and digital is a catalyst for this societal change that we are seeing. And what I would like to argue here is that public broadcasting needs to go back to basics, and some of them already are doing this, but if you want to realize public service media, it is essentially about contributing to the well-being of society and to democracy, as was said earlier. And that means that everything that public broadcasters do, and that has nothing to do with news or entertainment or game or quiz or whatever, or with Instagram posts, nothing to do with genre or type of service, but everything they do should contribute to political citizenship, cultural citizenship, social citizenship, and civic citizenship. And the necessary conditions for that is a public broadcaster that is accountable towards society, that is professional, but also a government that is doing its part of the deal. So that is ensuring editorial independence and adequate funding. My argument would be that in a lot of European countries, you see that this system at large is still functioning, although obviously at the level of means and goals, public broadcasters need to step up here and there. But in some European countries, you see that there is a structural deficit in this system. Because public broadcasters have de facto become state broadcasters. And in these countries, we should really reflect carefully, also as an academic community, on how public service media, which is the public interest in media, can be realized if state broadcasters are not living up to that job and are not stimulating political, social, cultural, and civic citizenship. I will leave it at that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Curran Donders. More challenging than ever, more challenged than ever. Unverzichtbarer denn je, gefordert wie nie, so lautet der Titel.
This is the title of our panel discussion that is about to follow, and bear with us as we're preparing the stage. Public service media are indeed being challenged all over Europe, be that financial challenges, technological challenges, and many others, political challenges also. Much has been said about that. Many of these challenges are shared by many of the publishing houses in Europe, but there are differences too. And differences due to the specific situation of a country or the specific political climate of a country. We will dedicate 70 minutes to this panel, where various media houses will be presenting their respective background. It's the Swedish radio that is going to be participating in this, plus the Belgium media, public service media station that will talk about that in the context of a broader discussion. MDR is also represented, the German public service media station that is also broadcasting in the Neue Bundesländer in Germany. Their audience has many of the AfD voters among them. With that, I welcome the guests on this executive panel. Silla Benker has been General Director of Swedish Radio since 2012. Carola Wille, our next panelist, has been in charge of the MDR, Public Service Media Station in Germany, since 2011. Jean-Paul Philippot has been General Administrator of the French public service media station since 2011, and since last year he was also Chairman of the EBU of the European Union. Could I ask you to please sit here? Thank you very much. Finally then, Gilles Marchand, General Director of the SRG/SSR Switzerland Public Service Media. Welcome.
Welcome to this panel discussion. We're very honored to have you all here. Noch eine kurze Bemerkung, bevor die Diskussion
just one remark before we start this panel. We tried, but we didn't manage to find a common language for this panel for two reasons. First of all, because most of us don't speak Swedish, but also because Gilles Marchand, after a year and a half at the head of SRG, doesn't speak Rätoromansch yet. But we agreed that all panelists will speak in their own language, and Sela Benke was friendly enough to agree to do her contributions in English. So let's try and sort out this whole mix of languages with the help of the interpreters, of course. So, in order to familiarize ourselves with specific situation in each of your country, I'd like to ask each one of you to say, what are the 2-3 major challenges in your country with regards to your media institution that you face today? But first of all, we would like to hear what Tony Hall, the General Director of the BBC, has to say on that topic. Unfortunately, he's not able to be with us today, but he sent us his response via a video, which we'll watch now.
Hello from our newsroom in London. I'm really sorry I can't be with you today. I'd have loved to join you in Bern, but sadly I can't. But I'm sending you instead a few thoughts which I hope will help with your discussions. In the UK, the challenges are clear. First, the market around the BBC has changed beyond all recognition. Where once we were thought of as a big player, now we're much smaller compared to the global giants. We need to adapt to compete. But the way we are regulated also needs to adapt to a global marketplace. Second, technology has transformed the behavior of audiences. Content is now being consumed anytime, anywhere, on any device. It means audiences are rushing to online services, and that's where we need to be too. Third, these trends are fastest among younger audiences. The pace of change for this age group is remarkable. We have to work harder than ever to reach them with our public service mission. But I'm convinced we also have a major opportunity. Audiences now need us more than ever for trusted, impartial news and information, for programmes and services about British people and British culture, to reflect and represent every part of the UK, reminding us of everything we have in common, as well as celebrating what makes our communities different, and, by the way, bringing the world to the UK. What PSB's offer has always been unique. Today, I believe it's priceless.
Ja, soweit Tony Hall,
So that was Tony Hall, General Director of the BBC. I will pass on the question to Carola Wille. What are the 2-3 major challenges for the MDR these days? Well, they're not so different than the challenges faced by the BBC, because we see these technological changes in the media world, and of course we see a very different situation in terms of competition in the marketplace now, and also, of course, the usage of media by consumers. So we need to be able to cope with a transformational process on a structural level, personnel and cultural level. So we have to be able to handle ourselves in a world which is no longer the world of radio and television. offer quality. And we have to sort of break out of the silos, the classical structures that we knew in the past, and really be more centered on contents. And of course, there are some digital abilities and skills that we need to acquire in the process. And at the same time, there's also a cultural challenge inherent in all this, because there are major challenges going on here, not only in society, but also in the media institutions. So the challenges are at least as serious as those faced by the BBC.
Let's look towards the west, towards Belgium. Let's hear from Belgium. What are the challenges in the context of the RTBF? I'm probably not going to be highly original following up on what was already said, but perhaps there's a first line of thoughts in that we're not more original than other European competitors who were said before me. The society, as it is not monolithic. We used to have a monopoly in our culture. We had 3 channels of communication that were dominant in the past, and today we're in a highly connected world. Our company, RTBF, is facing the same challenges that other publishing houses also face. We have undergone great structural changes in the past 3 years. We've been building up a structure around a technological TV and radio silo, so to speak, that we've been breaking up. And today we're trying to produce content for all the platforms, breaking up those silos, where we're trying to address the audience at large along 4 poles: a public audience that is older, where older media, traditional media, are still strong, and we also see a new pole of young audience that is more diverse in their usage. So we're trying to produce content on all platforms. After this reorganization, we are not trying to address the public through a channel or one form of media. We're seeing the audience as a heterogeneous unit.
Now move north and ask Silla Benke, what are the challenges for Swedish radio?
Well, let's put it this way. If Tony Hall thinks BBC is a small player, then we are a midget. I mean, I'm representing a radio-only company from the country of Sweden, and we are also competing with all these global and digital giants on our home turf. I mean, the Swedish media market is obviously international and it's global, and the players have much more money than we do. But saying that, we are focusing around something that we call the 3 Fs. It's the framework, it's the finance, and it's the friends. And if we start with the framework, the problem we have right now in Sweden is that we are going into a new charter period. And we don't know what our charter is going to be from the 1st of January next year. And we have had a very unstable political situation, which means that we have a brand new Minister of Culture who is now in a learning mood. And if we don't get a charter that gives us the opportunity and the money to actually do what we want to do, then it doesn't matter what kind of strategy we have towards these players. So that's one of our biggest concerns right now. And also, I think we have to realize that the same discussion that we have most likely here and in the rest of Europe is also very fierce in Sweden. And that is a populist movement that wants to take charge of what public service actually should do and shouldn't do. And that is also one really major challenge. So one encouraging thing is that the Minister of Justice in Sweden just launched an investigation to see if public service media, the 3 companies that we have in Sweden, can be protected by constitutional law. And of course that would be great, but we're not there yet. When it comes to financing, we just left the license fee. I'm not happy about it, but that's a fact. We are going into a tax-based system from the 1st of January this year, and it is an earmark tax. But concerning this very unstable political situation that we now have in Sweden and a very sort of unstable government, of course, a tax-based system can be changed overnight. So that's something new for us in Sweden, and we can see immediately that the Swedish population is adapting to that, and a lot of people now want to interfere with what we do and what we shouldn't do. The third thing about the Friends are we are in a landscape where audio is the new black gold. Everybody in Sweden is producing audio. So we have so much new opportunities, but also new competition from media houses, newspapers, all kinds of people that want to produce podcasts or do audio by machine learning. So this is also an environment where we have now to take control of the audience that we actually have, try to keep them, and at the same time attract new ones. And of course, everything is about priorities here.
Gilles
Marchand, we talked at great length about the challenges that the Swiss broadcasters are facing, but let's move the question to Switzerland too. Well, thank you very much, and welcome to everyone here. Thank you for being here at this conference. There are two principal ideas as regards Switzerland. The first being the following. As all the colleagues said before, we're also facing this extremely fast development unfolding everywhere, verticalizing through all challenge, getting more horizontal. This is something we need to achieve whilst holding on to our values. That's why we're here. This is a highly complex challenge. We're facing the same situation as all other competitors. Being a very small player in this market, we're facing exactly the same situation as all the PSBs in Europe. There's a second aspect that is particular to Switzerland, though. After this historic vote on the referendum, no Billag, that caught the interest of all the world, not only Europe, we now face a different question. Promises were made in the running up to this referendum on changing the media landscape of public service broadcast in Switzerland, taking up many of the issues that were voiced in the campaign. We raised expectations, and we have some years now to realize those expectations. So what constructive role can PSBs play in the Swiss landscape? How can we cooperate with private media houses? How can we make a difference? How can we suggest to audiences programs that are different from private competitors? How can we bring our values to bear? These are the questions that were being formulated in Switzerland, that we're developing now. In Switzerland, we always hold dear public debate, and we are facing the responsibility to live up to those expectations, complicated at times because expectations are different, context is complicated. We're in this very deep-reaching process of transformation. No Billag was the beginning of something. We're in the first phase. Let's first of all talk about financial and political pressure. You, of course, know the situation of your colleagues in Europe. Being the chairman of the EBU in 2013, it was said in a public debate in Europe.
PSB are under a lot of pressure. Some of us have political pressure at home, some of us have financial troubles at home, and some of us, unfortunately, have both. End of quotation. The
political pressure, the financial pressure, has it increased since 2013 for PSM in Europe? Well, I think political expectations are more pressing than in the past, and also the financial pressure has risen because part of the income that we have, commercial income, also advertising income, is dwindling. So the situation has worsened, toughened for us. At the same time, Tony Hall also said this is an opportunity to redefine yourself and to also showcase how you distinguish yourself from others, both for Switzerland and the other European countries. I think it's important to see PSMs are not alone in media desert. There's a great diversification, which is an important factor that contributes to the liveliness of the media situation, and we have our contribution to make. This is the role of public service broadcasters. We cannot be isolated in our corner. But expectations are often contradictory. We need to provide reliable answers to these challenges. We cannot change our cap every 6 months because expectations differ.
Let's take a look at the political situations in your respective countries. Apart from Switzerland, we have seen major crises of governments everywhere. In Sweden, it's just passed. In Sweden, it was some time ago, and Belgium is in the middle of a crisis.
This unstable political situation in your country, you have a government in majority left and green, supported by the parties from the center, but the third strongest party, the populists to the right, Sweden Democrats, they do not have a voice in the government. So that sounds good for you, Silla Wenke, am I right? Or what do you think about the claim that the left circles are in favor of public service media, whereas the right ones would love to abolish them?
Well, we have certain things in Sweden that is specific for Sweden, and that is that we have a very clear definition of what is public service media. It's not about quality, and we are very clear that there are very good commercial media in Sweden also, and that both are needed, which was said earlier here today, which is important to stress. In Sweden, the definition of public service media is that we are owned very independently by a foundation. The money has to come directly from the people. We have to have a charter taken by government, and we have to be unbiased in our reporting. And we only have one source of income. We cannot have advertisement or anything like that. So that is a very clear definition that sort of takes us away from a lot of the pressure when it comes to the commercial sector. That being said, we just had this investigation because we are facing a new charter. 7 out of 8 parties in Sweden have signed under this charter saying that Swedish Radio, SVT, and UR, which are the public service companies, are a collective good. And that is extremely, a very clear statement on the need for public service for the Swedish democracy. And among these 7 parties are also the conservatives, which is quite unusual, I think, if you look around Europe. So we have, in a sense, a very strong consensus in Sweden that public service media is very, very important. And when it comes to the trust figures, I mean, we are among the most trusted companies in the entire country, Swedish Radio. And that is not only media, that's all companies, all institutions. And if you go out and ask the Swedish public, do we do good for society? Then they ask people that listen and that don't listen, 78% say yes, we are of great value to society. If you ask only those who listen, 86% say yes. So we are starting off from a very good platform. But still, of course, there are a populist movement also in Sweden. There are, especially among younger men, a growing resistance towards institution overall, and then also towards Swedish Radio. And we have to make sure that we bring personal value to everybody, because that is public service. So we are not really facing the biggest problems from the political parties, even though the Swedish Democrats would like to close down one of my channels. But still, we have to be much more closer to the audience, which we're working on every day, and making sure that people that now are paying this tax actually find personal value from our content. That is the key.
Dans le pays voisin de la Suède, au Danemark, donc,
in Denmark, 20% of the license fees were transferred into a tax. This was a very radical decision that was taken in Denmark that shocked countries around the Nordic countries that had a public service media landscape that boasted its high trust levels. But what's basically happening in Denmark, if we look at the situation there? Well, I think you shouldn't be asking me, you should be asking the Danish. But Silla said before that there are 2 movements to be observed in European democracies. There is an unfolding movement among populists that are preparing to take a greater share of the power. They're legitimized through elections. Hence, they no longer need journalists to pass on their messages. Very often they try to find other means of communication. They see journalists as representatives of these hateful elites that try to undercut their messages, and they're trying to find other channels to bypass journalist movements. And there's another movement unfolding in Europe among left and right political movements, where people see a danger to countries and democracies through digitalizations, through the monolithic American players mainly. And they're calling for greater European regulation based on effective pluralism, where private media houses would cooperate with public operators, having a greater share of power against these American monoliths. President of the European Parliament was one of the co-founders with Mr. Berlusconi on private media houses, so not someone who by principle would stand for public services, but he now stands up for European specificities based on professionalism and cultural diversity. So there are two trends in Europe, one more defensive of a European model based on independent information and cultural diversities.
How do you evaluate
I was just going to say, I
situation?
can fill in on Denmark. It is a political decision. And the easiest way to narrow the scope of a public service company is to cut the funding. So if you cut the funding with 20%, you will get less content. But the most worrying trends in Denmark is that they have a Minister of Culture who bluntly says that the public service company in Denmark, DR, should no longer be a big media company, but a much smaller culture institution. And that is redefining what public service is. And that's what made us, the closest neighbors, actually make some noise. Because if we see that trend in the rest of Europe, then we will not see the public service that we know and love today.
In Deutschland hat sich die Situation
In Germany,
der öffentlich-rechtlichen
the
Medien
situation
vor allem
of the
mit dem Erschlagen
public
der AfD
media,
auch
especially the
ziemlich
public
verschärft.
media,
Stichwort
has become
Lügenpresse.
more acute
In
with
Sachsen
regards
zum
to the
Beispiel wird
AfD,
die
who are
AfD
calling them
bestraft, und das
press
bekommt
of
auch
lies,
Hilfspuren.
and they have a
Mitte
presence
Januar
in
wurde
some
dem
of the
MDR von der
Bundesländer
sächsischen
you are active in.
AfD-Fraktion
And
vorgeworfen, Fake News zu verbreiten, weil der
there has been an
MDR
accusation
Falschmeldungen der
against the
AfD zum Thema
NDR
machte.
of distributing fake news because they broadcast some of the points made by the AfD. Is that part of your everyday work? Well, AfD is not the major force in Saxony. We still have a different government, I may point out, and we hope this will stay the same after the elections in the autumn. And of course, the general climate has become rougher with the arrival of these populist forces. And they have very clear goals regarding public media. And buzzwords like press of lies and fake news are being used in a very targeted manner on social media and distributed there. And what is our response to that? I think it's crucial that we remain a trusted and reliable purveyor of media for the general public, and that people know that they can trust the MDR in our area. And I think it's remarkable that recent surveys have shown that almost 90% of people asked said they trusted MDR. How did we manage this? Well, we learned a lot from the Swiss surveys, among other things, that we have to get closer to our audience. We have to increase the dialogue, and we have to enter into a direct dialogue with them. And of course, also reflect this and become more transparent in our journalistic activities, which means we have to be more accountable for what we say and do. disclose our sources and show what our quality criteria are. And this is all things that need to be discussed, especially in times when public media houses are under such attack. It's a matter of strengthening the trust of the public because there are these constant attempts at undermining it. And our experience is that this is very important, and I can hear that from the colleagues as well. So more dialogue, closer to the audience. And what we also learn is that we have to be able to be present in all segments of society, in even the most remote areas, and make sure that people really recognize themselves in what is on offer and get the feeling that we are taking them seriously and that we are representing them as well. And this dialogue is something you really try to engage in. The heads of the major public channels in Germany met with a podium discussion with the AfD last year. But how could we arrive at this point that there is such hate against the media from a certain segment of society? Did public media maybe lose a part of their audience on the way? I think this hatred is not just directed against media, but it's generally against elites. And we are identified as being part of the elite. And we are part of this overall protest. There's this feeling of being left behind, of disconnection, of not being understood, not understanding anymore what is going on, not being taken into account, taken seriously. So these are feelings that we need to do something about by really looking at the problems people have, by reflecting them in our work. And our experience was that we invited Pegida members to our studios, and they were there all day. And afterwards, they left our studio and said, well, this has given us something to think about. So all newsrooms should invite people to spend a day with them to see what kind of work is done.
Transparency seems to be an important issue everywhere, isn't it? Yeah, that's certainly one of the greatest and most important values of PSM. Something that we perhaps didn't dare foreground sufficiently, but it is an important editorial value as well. And I perfectly share your analysis that journalists today must explain what they're doing. They need to re-establish a line of trust. And in Belgium, we see ourselves as a media information service that has to earn its trust. And last year, the University of Oxford carried out a study at a Rotor Institute on this. We are perfectly aware of the fact that we need to work on this transparency issues, on pedagogical issues, so to speak. We have launched inside a transversal initiative, being part of the inside of the interior, that explains the editorial choices made. That explains the difficulties that we journalists are facing, for example, when it comes to choosing the right words, the right wording also. So we've opened up, we've been facing criticism, and we've been trying to open our doors to bring up more understanding for our intellectual approaches, whilst making it clear that we're open to the society, whilst taking care of diversity.
To fight a crisis some years ago, you had to fight a loss of fidelity, and then you pulled back, and now you mentioned it before, you have, together with Finland, the highest trust figures when it comes to radio. So how did you manage that, to have this really great trust figures?
Well, I think it's a combination of things. First of all, we are a radio-only broadcaster, which means that we made a clear definition some years ago, 2-3 years ago, that audio is our core business. And if I was going to go and ask all my staff to be as good as the best ones in producing video and as good as the best ones in producing long text, they most likely would be lousy at everything. Also what they do good today, which is to produce high-quality audio. So we said, no, let's focus on audio, on all three pillars, which is terrestrial radio, it's digital, and it's on social media. But the formats that we now are developing have a clear audio focus. Of course, we use some video, we use some footage, we use some text, but because otherwise nobody will consume it on social media platforms, for instance. But the core business is audio. And that has sort of strengthened what we are in this digital landscape and in this global competition. And a lot of people in Sweden want to listen to high quality content. And if we can't provide them with high quality content, we lose their trust and their faith in us. And they see us as the trusted guide in all kinds of genres. And we had a clear, we saw that very clearly. We had just had an election in Sweden, and at that time, our speech-only channel, which is only news, current affairs, and high culture programs, raised their audience figures by 25%. Also, a lot of young audiences are coming to listen to us on linear radio or on podcast because they want to have a help to understand what's going on, what's in it for me, what's going to happen, what are the consequences going to be for me. And if we can provide them with those answers, that's also building trust. And the third thing we have done is that we are clearly stating that we are not part of the elite media in Stockholm. We are a radio broadcaster for the entire country. We are located in 50 different places, and those voices should be heard much more also on our national programming, so that the national programs that have 1.2 or 3.4 million listeners daily should actually reflect the entire country. All kinds of voices, all kinds of perspectives, and all kinds of stories. And that is extremely important.
Deux fois, on a dit à peu près la même chose, non, d'être présent.
Almost the same thing was said by both of you before. This is also important for Switzerland, isn't it? Well, SSR is by definition present everywhere in Switzerland because we need to reflect the cultural and linguistic difference of Switzerland. Yes, but shouldn't one strengthen that aspect of being present in every valley even? Well, you know, I think you need to be able to narrate cultural linguistic diversity. You need to be in a position to share classical media experiences. So it is not sufficient to be based on providing factual information. You also need to be able to explain how you work, the choices you make, and the difficulties you face. So transparency and truthfulness are important stakes for us. Above the question of where we are present, we need to be able to express the different points of view in society with regard to sociology of the societies in Switzerland. We are in a democratic country that needs the free press, public press also. We need to invest in solid information. And there's a third aspect that is important. We're a very small country compared to Germany. And as a small country, we do not have sufficient funds to invest in cultural productions. But such investments are necessary to create cultural links, and we also need to walk hand in hand with the digitalization that is unfolding in society in Switzerland. Also, this goes beyond technological questions. It also focuses on usage that is being made by digitalization by the population. In Sweden, we heard how important audio is. Well, I suppose audio is going to undergo the same revolution that media generally underwent in the past 10 years. Indeed, we need to be prepared for this. We need to be visible. We need to have high visibility. We need to make sure that the productions we have always find their audiences in this great digital cacophony. So yes, we need to be sufficiently decentralized. We need to be present everywhere. And above that, we need to provide a different experience.
Curran already mentioned that public broadcasters are often seen as elitist or very urban. And on the other hand, Gilles Marchand says here that we should be able to reach and describe all parts of society. But we have reports from Germany, for example, that reporting on the AfD wasn't very objective, very professional. Would this imply that maybe PSM are partly to blame themselves for this erosion in trust from the population? Well, I think indeed that in the last 3 to 4 years we have had a very strong journalistic discussion on this exact topic in Germany. It started, and also these accusations of not being impartial, for example, when reporting on Ukraine, and it continued with the whole debate about refugees in 2015. And I think we have studies showing this now, which is very interesting, that facts were properly depicted, but that impartiality was missing, that there was not enough variety of perspectives on events. And I think the more diverse a society is, that also the more there has to be a variety of responses and opinions on any given topic. And this is also part of our task, to try and foster unity. So that was really a topic. And this was something that was discussed in all newsrooms. Am I really showing all aspects of this very complex topic? Well, 2019 is an election year. You have regional elections in Germany, also have European elections, and to what extent is what you just said reflected, and to what extent will this be reflected in your reporting? Well, by learning from the past that we take serious accusations of maybe not having been impartial enough on certain topics in the past. And this is something that concerns all media houses, not only the public ones, but also private players. There have been major debates about this. And it already begins in putting together a newsroom. Here, there's already a chance to guarantee more diversity. It's a continuous process, but it's a discussion that is still underway in Germany.
But this is also reflecting that we sometimes think what we do, but we don't really know what we do. And do we have enough perspectives, and do we have enough voices, and do we cover a story good enough? So what we have started to do is we have something that we call professional listening teams, and they do actually listen. And they listen to a whole week of content from one station and then map it up. And then you can get a very clear visual view of what you're actually providing to your audiences. And when we did that on our big current affairs news channel, we could see that we were not covering Sweden and not covering the entire Sweden and not bringing all the perspectives into the eyes and ears of our audiences. So then we shifted, we changed, we started to do stories that we didn't do before. We had a huge project connected to the election that we called 10 million, because we are 10 million people in Sweden, where we went out with all our 25 local radio stations together with the main newsrooms and the minority programs, and asked actually the public, what are the biggest issue in your local community that you would like an answer from a politician on? And then we did the story, we brought the issues into the current affairs programs, and the politicians had to face and give an answer. And this was in election times. Instead of going to all these millions and millions of press conferences where the politicians just want to make a statement. And that, I think, makes it easier for people to feel that Swedish radio is part of their society. And if they feel that Swedish radio is part of their society, with it comes trust.
Jean-Paul Philippot.
Well, perhaps I could broaden the debate. There's also this question of opinions, and I share very much the idea that it's perfectly necessary to have an HR policy that guarantees diversity in the editing and in the workforce. This is something we've dedicated great effort to in the past years. Those responsible for public medias and others indeed feel we belong to a larger unit. We need to, first of all, have an HR policy that is open to diversity, and as we're approaching the European elections, we need to make sure that we reach those for which public TV and radio may not be the absolute reference. We have a lot of young that have never voted in the run-up to this EU elections. We've invested great monies in reaching these audiences. But the lion's share of the money we invest ends with those audiences that are more traditional. And we're today facing the challenge that we need to redirect our resources to new platforms for young people, particularly those people that will vote for the first times, because they're key players also in our democracy, as was said by the Federal Council before. This is a great challenge to reach out to these young audiences. We need to discover new platforms, redistribute resources. A lot is at stake for democratic countries. The majority of these young voters, to 70%, say that democracy may not be the best answer to the European challenges today. And if you look at the monies allocated to them, it's 4 to 5% of our budgets only. So we need to fight a great battle here. We have a great job to invest resources into these new platforms with codes and channels that are not ours by tradition. We were talking about that No Billag initiative, the referendum a year ago in Switzerland that was rejected by the Swiss people. If you look back, Gilles Marchand, was the initiative positive for your house, or was it a problem? Well, exactly 1 year ago, we were perhaps less relaxed. But we've gained some ground since then. We see things a bit differently today. Indeed, we see that there was virtue around this great discussion on No Billag referendum, around the relationship between society at large and PSM. What's important about public service media? How can we invest in cultural diversity? All those questions were foregrounded, and over a period of 5 to 6 months, everyone talked about No Billag. This was a discussion that was held in all families, very broad discussion in Switzerland. We were asked whether there was a plan B in case No Billag was accepted. But finally, looking back with hindsight, I suppose if we draw the lessons right, I suppose it may have been a positive experience. We need to, first of all, see that the discussion needs to go on. That's the first conclusion, I suppose. But we've also felt very clearly, first of all, that we need to engage in a very direct dialogue with the population. Rather than move through traditional stakeholders, we need to reach out to the audiences directly. And secondly, we need to gain a clearer profile. We need to distinguish ourselves from other media that may have more commercial income options. All of these options are possible. They're not ours, though. So we need to be very clear with regard to our attitude, with the way that we are being perceived, with the way we spend our money, which is taxpayers' money. And we need to be careful with that. That's the message passed on by the Swiss people. And over time, I'm pretty sure that the grand Swiss debate did serve the purpose of public service media in Switzerland, but also Europe, I suppose, because it clarified the relationship public service media have with the populations. We're not taken for granted as we are. We need to keep adapting ourselves to a changing environment. We need to justify our existence. This is ongoing work, and it has to be done together with the people. Let's talk about that profile. Curran said, need to think more carefully about what public service media is not. So let's talk about that. Perhaps something I'd like to take up at the beginning of this. We do not select our audience as a public service media. So we need to speak to all society, perhaps not at the same time, but sequentially we need to reach out to everyone. We do not consider there are more or less legitimate parts of the population, more or less relevant parts of the population. We need to address everyone. That's a very fundamental difference to a private actor that can reach out to a specific segment for its funding. Our situation is a different one. So this legitimacy issue for the entire society is very important, and hence we need to be general operators. So since we need to address everyone in society, we cannot say certain programs will be abandoned. All types of programs are legitimate, but of course you need to have a debate on how you treat them. But Ms. Donders said every concept needs borders.
Where are the borders in this concept? Silla Benke.
Well, I might give her an answer she doesn't want, but our border is not to drive opinion. As a public service company, we are impartial, and we don't tell people what to think. Commercial media do drive an opinion. They try to get clicks, or they try to sell newspapers, or they try to get viewers due to the fact that they have a clear opinion sometimes. We don't. We tell all the stories, we give the background information, we give the knowledge, we let the voices being heard, and as Jill is saying, it's extremely important, no voice will be abandoned from the beginning. Everybody is entitled to be heard on Swedish radio. We organize debates outside of the radio houses, within our programming, but we don't tell people what to think. And we don't have a commercial interest. We're not going for the clicks.
Aber schafft man das immer? Schaffen die Öffentlich-Rechtlichen das wirklich immer?
Is that something the public broadcasters really can achieve, to be impartial, to not have an opinion? Because this is something we hear a discussion about again and again in Switzerland. What is being reported and is it being done so impartially? What is your take on this? Well, I don't know if this is an actual goal. This might be a difference. I think our goal is to separate facts from opinion and to make it recognizable which is which. This kind of mix that sometimes occurs, that's the risk, in my opinion. This is why it's crucial that we clearly separate facts and opinions, and that the citizens can clearly differentiate between the two. I don't believe that we shouldn't represent opinions. That in itself is no problem, but there needs to be a clear line, a clear distinction. And this has become a bit blurred recently. Well, we didn't have a popular vote, but last year the Constitutional Court in Germany made a ruling. And they said, in essence, the exact same thing, that first of all, that there is a need for public broadcasting, because the digitization is a huge factor in today's world, that algorithms can just create a lot of identical political opinions, and that there's a clear task for public media to separate the two. They also said, be serious in your research, do not have a preference for the sensational, and do not distort the reality of people, but show it in a differentiated manner. So this is basically our mandate from the highest court in Germany, and this is what we have to try and fulfill every day.
I just don't know if my English was good enough, but I mean, we also have a lot of opinions, of course, in our programming, but not the same people as doing the reporting. I mean, our reporters don't express an opinion, and we as a company don't take an opinion in a certain subject that is being debated within the society. But of course, a lot of people are invited into our programming, and then it's us, we as the journalistic institution, that has to help the audience to understand what is facts and not facts. And I think that's much more important than it ever has been, because that's why people also come to traditional media today. And we have to see that that's going on. I mean, people are turning to traditional media, both public service and commercial traditional media, because they're actually looking for facts in an environment where it's being harder and harder to find the facts and actually to understand what is true and what is false. So we should not be too gloomy, and we should also realize that there are strong forces that are very noisy out there that want to pinpoint us to be something that we are not. And it's up to us to fight that's going on around us.
And
the challenge resides in respecting all these different values and at the same time to gain the interest of a young audience that has entirely different media references that are new and novel. One of the responsibilities we therefore have is to reach out to that audience and to turn them into citizens. We need to speak their language. That's the job that needs to be done by editors to make sure that we do not stay within our silos with our beautiful values, but that we need to reach out to the general audience with our values, particularly to audiences that have a distant relationship to media houses. Large group in Switzerland no longer have or no make use of traditional sources of information. These are people that try to grab pieces of information here and there, picking up information from all different sources. But all these values, of course, are important. All these professional deontological rules are important, of course. But we shouldn't have them amongst ourselves only. We need to reach out to these audiences with our values to make sure that young audiences too can assume their role as citizens. We were talking about the role of journalists. Journalists of PSMs must act on an equal footing with private journalists. They need to reach out to their audiences, we've heard it. And still, the journalist still has his or her role to keep a certain distance, to unmask abuses of power, etc. How can you have these contradictory roles today? Are these roles contradictory? I'm not sure. I think what we see in our house is that we have an ongoing debate about how to deal with those parties that don't respect the democratic debate, xenophobic parties, rightist, extremist parties. We needed to take a decision on whether to invite them, yes or no, to public debates. It's not up to us to say what political representation is legitimate or not, external structures that. But this is a barrier that we consider to be too high for us. But there are two important elements here, something that needs to be guaranteed by PSMs. Journalism must be professional. You need to have professional journalists that are paid full-time. That's an important element. And there's a second rule that is equally important. You need to have great respect for the ontological rules. And those rules are fixed by journalists. They need to be examined and monitored by an independent structure that at a certain time can say, look, you've not held up your professional values correctly. And we need to get out of our ivory towers, as was said before. We need to reach out to the general audiences, to society, particularly to those that no longer believe us. A couple of years ago, there was an attack on Charlie Hebdo in Paris. The days that followed, all our programs bore the motto, Je suis Charlie, a message of solidarity. We got calls from people that said, we are not Charlie. And we were facing young audiences, aged 15 and 16, who were telling us, look, all of this is fake news. This is not really happening. These attacks did take place, of course, but they were being manipulated, these young people thought, by European actors. These journalists came back from these conversations with young people. They had a reality shock. They thought certain things were a given, and they didn't take into consideration that there are young people that believe in conspiracy theories, where journalists had to say, we have to give up, we can't reach these audiences. That's why we launched this Inside program, this initiative, to make sure that we would explain what we do, providing access to our sources, but at the same time also to reach out to those people that no longer believe in messages that come from elites as they see it.
Let's come to a hot topic. This is already been a hot topic for a long time. That is advertising, and we have prepared a little slide here. In Germany, there's only very little advertising, and after 8 p.m. none at all. And Switzerland situation is known to most of you. But in Sweden, public broadcasts are completely advertising free. But Belgium, for example, again, has a very liberal set of rules.
As far as public service media versus private media, can we presume that there is a war going on in Belgium and then everything is a bed of roses in Sweden?
Well, it's not a bed of roses in Sweden, even so, because once again, of course, for also some of the commercial media, it would be better if we were smaller. I mean, that's a fact, or at least they think it would be better for them, even though I try to say that our biggest enemy is not each other. Our biggest enemy are these big global players that we've been talking about before. And slightly, I think we are getting there. And we also have to realize that doing this, what Jill said before, engaging with the audience, we all know, commercial and public service, that if we use these social media platforms to actually engage with the audience, that benefits all of us. So the discussion is getting better, but it's still not 100% okay, I would say. And it's also about money, of course.
En Belgique?
In Belgium, 21-22% of our sales come from advertising. So an average is 21% from our resources. Our station is 22%. Is this a choice that we make? No. It's a choice made by regulators, by politicians. How do private media houses react? Private media houses, well, they have tried to escape Belgium legislation by setting up shop in Luxembourg and broadcasting from there. without investing in local production. That's the first reaction by private media houses. The second reaction consisted in lobbying efforts. Ms. Dunder said it before. They see that advertising is moving to the digital realm, and 85% of sales in advertising are taken in by Google, Facebook, by the large digital players. So we've seen great changes there over the past years, and today we see much of advertising spent centralized in these large media houses. If we want an ecosystem that allows us to invest in local content and journalists, we need to make sure that we can regulate markets to a greater extent, but also to launch intelligent initiatives, as happened in France with the platform Salto, or BreedBox in the UK, launched by BBC, where we try to find a local ecosystem by local players with whom to work together to be heard.
And what's the situation in Germany? Well, advertising is strictly regulated. This has also something to do with the ruling of the Constitutional Court. Well, does that mean that everything is just fine? No, okay. Let me just quickly elaborate. It only has is allowed only limited significance. This is why it's regulated in TV and also on radio. Nonetheless, there are always discussions if there should be any advertising at all anymore, if it shouldn't be just abolished. This is a recurring discussion, and what's interesting in these debates is that the organization of the advertising industry wouldn't like to have it abolished because then they feel that there would be a distortion in competition between public and private. But it's true, if you look at the internet, the same holds true for Germany. About 70% of advertising budget go to Google and Facebook. So it's the big ones that take all this revenue. And that is why it's also a huge problem for newspaper publishers.
Are there approaches for new forms of collaboration also with private media houses? Google and Facebook seem to take it all. Well, advertising is often banned on digital platforms of PSMs, where Google and Facebook are so strong. It's a bit paradoxical, isn't it? In Belgium, we carried out an analysis. If we want to have the same impact as Facebook and Google, with our different linguistic centers, we should lump together two public TV and radio stations plus various private TV and radio platforms. We should be 8 or 9 assembled to have the same impact as Facebook and Google. Let's forget all these competitive issues that would be an obstacle to that. So would never happen. There's no way that we could reach up to the power of the digital great players. There is simply no alternative to creating different platforms and assembling offers by different players on local territories to have the same or comparable capacities as these large players. So working hand in hand has become a vital issue. Various European countries have launched such initiatives of cooperation. They undercut historic paradigms. Now commercial players have to talk to public players to make sure that rich content can be produced and to make the very best out of local content production and to hold on to credibility. Silla Benker?
No, I just wanted to say that we are talking about basically, at least in Sweden, two different kinds of commercial competition. One is international, Google, Facebook, and for us, Spotify, since we're coming from the Spotify country. But then we have local, national commercial competitors. And at least we found out that to sit down and talk with them gets you very far. Because their knowledge about our challenges were minimal. And our understanding of their problem was probably not also 100% good. So when we sat down, and I've been sitting down with all the major players, all the CEOs of all the local commercial media houses, and really listened to them. And then we came up with a mutual strategy, which is that we really need a strong dual system in Sweden. Otherwise, there will be no Swedish media. It will be only big global players in the end. And what they needed from us was help actually to get the traffic. So when we are taking a story locally, one of our local radio stations are taking a story that was initially produced by a local newspaper. They do very little text, they do an audio bit, and then they link back to the original source, which means that they will get traffic, help with traffic to their websites, and with the traffic they can sell advertisement. So there are certain things that we can do to actually help the national and local commercial players towards this Google and Facebook that is taking all their advertising money. And when you do that, of course, they are also more or less hostile towards you. So it's a win-win situation, at least in Sweden.
Perhaps on Switzerland. Something is interesting about Switzerland here, because competition also in Switzerland is highly international through advertising windows and foreign channels that are very present in Switzerland and that are producing higher advertising income than Swiss income through Swiss channels. So if we look at that, in Switzerland, there are three sequences that need to be taken into consideration. First sequence would be everything is for the very best. Everyone is working in their own garden. Newspapers are newspapers. There's TV stations, and there's lots of advertising spent on either channel. Everything is very well organized, very tidy. Rules are clear, and they function. Then the internet world has made forays, causing certain problems, and private players then said, look, our situation is very difficult, and it's difficult because there is a competition from public players. We cannot allow for advertising spent for public media if we are suffering, said the private ones. So that was a second stage. Then I suppose we're moving towards a third stage sequence where players in Switzerland, private and public, realize that they have a higher general interest, where common solutions should be found, where forces should be aligned to make sure that we can defend the Swiss media landscape vis-à-vis the Swiss competition, so that investments are still made in Switzerland, to make sure that we can still create content in Switzerland and train journalists in Switzerland. So I suppose we're about to launch a third sequence where we've been launching models of cooperation where we can have private advertising and public advertising. In Switzerland, we're around 20%, by the way, on public TV, but it's all about making sure that we have a flow of money that can be reinvested in Switzerland to make sure that we can create interesting content. So I hope this is not wishful thinking. I hope this is something that is about to be realized.
We also mentioned it a few times in this podium, and Curran Donders also talked about this. It's always more difficult to, it's getting ever more difficult to reach young audiences. But if we analyze voter behavior in the Nobel, it's exactly the group from 18 to 21, which is the group group that makes the least use of public service media, they were the most clear in their rejection of the No Billag referendum.
How would you explain that, Gilles Marchand? Are we witnessing a renaissance of PSM? Look, we need to look carefully at these figures. What it does say, though, is that young audiences became very active in this context of the referendum in favor of our values. I think they took up cudgels for what we represent rather than for their own usage of us. I do not believe that the wide share of young people have woken up after the referendum knowing that they cannot live without our programs. They do appreciate some, I'm sure. But they seem to have caught on to the fact that we incarnate something they are prepared to believe in. We allow for films to be made in Switzerland. We make sure that music is being produced and broadcast in Switzerland. And young people caught on to that. This is sociologically interesting, I think, because public service is not limited to the mere distribution and broadcasting of the programs. We are an actor that has an important role for our society, and young people have caught on to that. This young audience has taken that up. They said something important is at stake for our society. They said we're a legitimate player for that, so we should not confuse these figures and say that positive figures are a positive echo in our programs. So this is something very important to understand. We talked at great length about the new players in the media landscape. We talked about social platforms, we talked about streaming, we talked about advertising. And we saw that there's great competition beyond Google and Facebook. We listened to Tony Hall that said BBC is not a big player anymore. How can PSM play its role in today's world? Well, I think we've gone beyond that stage where public service media had an anchoring role that was dominant. We need to be citizen-centric. We were that in the past, but we have to be modest as well, seeing our situation today. We need to look at our values that we carry into the society that render them indispensable. How did we do that in Belgium? Well, we launched an audio-video on-demand platform 3 years ago. We built it with some marketing efforts that made sure that it had its own identity that distinguished itself from others. There's free access, but there's subscription possibilities too for all of the content, audio and video. Subscription without restrictions, and more than 50% of the Belgian population is subscribing to this platform. It's a non-linear platform. We're not in the business of competing Netflix and others, but we want to make sure that we are the local players, the local platform that disseminates local content, audio and video, with content that we produced ourselves, so that others, third players, produced, local players as well. And we want to make sure that all these content is available on all screens, mobile and other, along with Alibaba, Netflix, Disney, and all the others. We develop a local platform on a subscription basis to make sure that we can accumulate data, which may be a no-go for some, but we need to have this data collection, big data aspects, because we need to get information on our audiences, because we need to know where our resources should be invested based on the client interest. And we see that there's incredible wealth in this data. It's, of course, first of all, a challenge to have a sufficient number of subscribers, but we also need to know what's available in terms of content that is eclectic enough for the interest of the general audience.
I wanted to mention Magenta TV, a streaming platform offer that is available in Germany since some time, and which delivers contents from the public service media. Isn't that a problem? Well, yes, there were intense discussions before this got launched. Well, there are two ways to go. One way is like in Belgium, we want our own, strengthen our own platforms, make them more attractive, make them more autonomous. So this doesn't mean that they become increasingly reliable on own productions. So we also want to be able to work with personalization strategies to offer tailor-made products and make it as attractive as possible, while at the same time being very oriented towards the common good, unlike other platforms. And then the question is, in commercial terms, where do we go with our contents? Do we offer it to other platform providers? In this case, we decided to go for it. We want to see if this helps us reach new audiences, if we can increase our availability. And then the decision will be if we continue down this road. So, of course, this raises the question of hidden subsidies. This is something that always comes up when there are private-public partnerships. What is your take on that?
We have to realize it's a bit different in the video world and in the audio world. Still, can be changed soon, I don't know. But still, the audience are used to consume video within very many closed platforms where you have to pay. They are used to consume audio in very open platforms like Podcaster or Google or whatever. And that makes it a bit more difficult. And in Sweden, they're also very accustomed to finding everything they want on Spotify. And as you know, Spotify a couple of weeks ago launched a new strategy that they're not going to be a platform for a music streaming device. They want to be the world's biggest platform for audio, period. And they bought a podcast company. So they are going to expand into all kinds of audio on their platform. So of course, then that will be a huge discussion for us. What do we do with our podcasts? Do you have to go to our own platform to consume our podcast, or should we still keep our podcasts out there on all the third-party platforms where we have them currently? It's going to be extremely hard to take them back because, as I said, the audio consumer is used to go to a free-to-air platform to consume audio. So if we take them back, we will most likely lose a lot of these young audiences, which we also are entitled or obliged to reach. So it's a very complicated question. It's not a yes and no answer here. But on the other hand, we don't want to be only a content provider to these big platforms. And of course, the content that we give to them also provides them with data. So, I mean, there's not a single simple solution.
Ich möchte noch ganz kurz über Netflix sprechen.
I'd like to briefly talk about
Viele setzen
Netflix.
jetzt auch auf Serien, Belgien setzt auf Serien, auch die SRG möchte stark
There are a lot
auf
of
Serien
series
setzen.
coming
Mais
up,
ça coûte
more and
cher,
more.
les
We can see that in
marchands.
Belgium, but
Est-ce
also
vraiment
in other
bien,
countries.
utilisé, ou bien la SSR ne devrait-elle
But all
pas
that
plutôt
costs a lot of money. Is that money well
investir
spent?
dans plus
Or
de
shouldn't one
journalisme
invest more in
d'investigation,
journalism?
Mais la réponse, c'est les deux.
Well, look, you need to do
Moi, je pense qu'on peut pas
both
raconter un
and
pays
everything.
seulement à travers l'info.
You cannot narrate a country through information only. You need to have fictionalized content as well. In our country, we have linguistic specificity. It's difficult to generate sufficient volumes. We need to divide our budgets in linguistic regions. That's why we developed a reinvestment strategy to increase the level of production and to keep it diversified. And thanks to the new platforms, we can create new series where French production could also interest German-speaking audiences if the programs are synchronized or dubbed. So you need to create content through fiction, and you need to invest in linguistic diversity to represent the country as a whole. We're not competitors of Netflix. This is not our attitude. As Jean-Paul Philippot said, we need to provide an offer of content that is easy to access and that has national relevance. In the medium term, I believe that our PSMs will be less and less linear. Our services will be provided in a mobile and 24 style around the clock. We need to wonder, we need to put questions as to how we want to reorganize our content, our original content, to make sure that we can engage the young population that is less standardized with regard to their expectations. So more service offers where people want access anytime, any place. And I think we have an excellent situation also with regard to series that we produce. And yes, it costs a lot of money. It does cost a lot of money, doesn't it? Yes, the three things that I want to say. Is it costs or is it investment? At the RTBF in Belgium, we got to the conclusion that €1 invested in public services is 2.7 euros invested in the Belgium economy. So it's not a cost factor only. And that's where I would see the first difference with Netflix. As a PSM, we invest about $18 billion in euro in 2019. Netflix in Europe will invest less than $1 billion. We invest 18 times what Netflix invests in European content. Contrary to what could be conceived is that the majority of audiences go to platforms not to obtain information, but to be entertained, to relax, to open to the world. And often, information is only a minority factor, so we need to make sure that we reach them at all levels. Third, we need to invest in culture. A couple of years ago, I was having a discussion with a mayor in Belgium who said, Jean-Paul, a lot of people are using language that is not typical for the Belgium legal service. They're being inspired by American series, law series. So people have lost track of the language of the Belgium legal system. Very often we see also impoverishment of language in restaurants. And I think it is therefore incumbent on us PSMs to invest in creation that is local, that respects linguistic and cultural aspects of our country. And we need to invest in local production, therefore, and make sure that we perpetuate our cultural heritage. Important for Belgium, for Switzerland, for Europe. This is extremely important, our European diversity. This is obviously not the American model.
Thank you. We could, of course, continue this discussion endlessly, but we are running out of time. In the beginning, I asked you about the biggest challenges all of your institutions face, and now the question is, what is your top priority for the next 5 years? How can public service media make themselves crucial? But on this, we'll hear Tony Hall once again.
The BBC has a really clear ambition. We want to reinvent UK public service broadcasting for a new generation. And to help get there, we've set 3 strategic priorities for the year ahead. First, trusted, impartial news. We're determined to take the fight to fake news on behalf of our audiences. We want them to know there's a place they can come to for news they can rely on, with an even stronger focus on specialism and on-the-ground expertise, rigorous fact-checking, explanation and analysis. Second, we want outstanding creativity. We're focusing on the brilliant, distinctive content that audiences can't find anywhere else. Content that takes risks that others wouldn't. And content that truly resonates with UK audiences, that reflects their lives, their communities, their passions, and the concerns that they have right now. Our third point is to reinvent our online services. We're transforming BBC iPlayer from a catch-up service into a destination in its own right, where you know you're going to find the best the BBC has to offer in television. And we're developing BBC Sounds, which brings together all our audio, our music, radio and podcasts in one personalised app. An app driven by algorithms that simply add value to your experience. Because let's not forget, we're not trying to sell audiences anything. We just want to offer people more quality content that suits them. More of the things we know they'll like, and some of the new things that offer surprise and delight. This is so vital. We know that increasingly it's through our digital services that our audiences will expect us to deliver the value they will get for their license fee.
Soweit Tony Hall, Generaldirektor der BBC. Carola,
so those are the thoughts of Tony Hall. Carola, what's top on your list?
Also, wir wollen der digitale MDR für alle Bürgerinnen und Bürger
we
in
want
Mitteldeutschland sein.
to
Das
be
heißt,
the
wir
digital
wollen in Qualität investieren,
provider for all viewers in
Qualitätsanbieter, der verlässliche Anbieter
Central
rund um die
Germany.
Uhr,
So we want to be
in allen
reliable
Genres
around the
und
clock in
allen
all
Mediengattungen,
genres,
Radio,
in
Fernsehen
all
und
types of
Netzwelt
media,
sein. Wir wollen den
radio,
Dialog stärken, wir wollen in relevanten
TV and online.
Kommunikationsräumen mit den Menschen das Gespräch
And
suchen, das
we want to
Gespräch
engage
zwischen den Menschen fördern, das
with people,
gesellschaftliche Gespräch stärken und
increase
damit auch
the social
demokratisch
dialogue,
stärken.
and thereby
Und wir wollen uns
strengthen democracy.
in der digitalen Netzwelt
And also
mehr
in the
profilieren,
digital
wir wollen
world,
unser
we want to
Portfolio
increase our profile,
fokussieren, wir wollen
focus on our
sozusagen ein
portfolio,
klar erkennbares,
and have a
starkes
clearly
öffentlich-rechtliches
recognizable,
digitales Portfolio im Netz.
strongly public service profile.
Jean-Paul Philippot, what are your strategic priorities? Well, there are 3 that we decided on 2 years ago. First of all, we want to fulfill our PSM mission in a society that is fully digital. So the mission stays intact, but it has to be based on a digital platform too. Second, we want to be the first producer of local content. We want to invest in local content. Third, we want to be a learning company. Because we are perfectly aware that we need to transform ourselves. This is a great responsibility that we have, that all our staff have. I always use the same image. The average age in my company is 46. Google, Facebook, it's 30 years. So we need to transform ourselves to make sure that we live up to our missions in a digital world. This is a great challenge we're facing.
What's on top of your priority list?
Well, it's still to be the best provider of audio, linear, online and on social media. And with that comes that we want to work with our audience, being much more outside of the actual radio buildings. And for that, we have developed a new technique so that we could broadcast without a studio. So closer to the audience, working with them, listening in, and bringing more voices and more perspectives to the rest of the nation. That is very, very important for us to really be a broadcaster for the entire nation, and that should really be heard within our linear programming on our digital offering. And then we want to see how far we can go with restructuring the internal work to go play first. What would that mean for the linear offering? Could we do formats where we much more than we do today? We have already started to do that, but can we do it even further, where we start with the digital play consumption first and then take that and made that into linear radio instead of the other way around. And then I think also we have to actually broadcast things when they do happen. And that's what you need linear radio for. And that you don't get on Netflix. Netflix provides you with very good content and very good drama, but you don't get actually the action when the action is taking place. If there's a bomb going off in Belgium, it's very good that people actually can hear that also if they stay with their local radio station, which they do today, which they didn't a couple of years ago. And then we want to be the best, of course, and most inventive player when it comes to voice control. We haven't talked at all about voice control. I mean, all our gadgets are going to be very soon steered by our voice, not by our fingers. And of course, being a radio broadcaster, we want to have new formats that are suitable for voice control. That is some of the things we are focusing on. And really trying to reach the young audiences where they are. They are very much in favor for public service. They just need to know what can be delivered for them and can be delivered for them on the platforms where they actually choose to consume their media. Don't try to force them 100% to go to you. You also have to go to them.
And finally, Gilles Marchand. It's very simple, actually. Exactly 1 year ago, at this time, we had the first information on the results. The Swiss population said, with 71%, that we want to support our PSM system. This has given us great legitimacy, obviously, and it is also great responsibility for us because we need to make sure that we keep this going over time. There are 2 or 3 priorities that are of great importance, that are of essence. Horizontalization is one thing I mentioned. We talked about cooperation with private companies. Those are the strategic axes, but in a country like ours that is so highly diversified linguistically, culturally, first of all, we need to make sure that solid quality information is passed on to the public that they believe in. Seems simple, but it's not that simple. Secondly, we need to invest in cultural production that is not taken up by the market. This is a contribution only we can make. And third, looking at digital upheavals, we need to make sure that this is compatible with the federalism that we hold so high. So federalism, digitalization, proximity, localization, all of these are the great stakes.
Thank you so much for this interesting discussion. I thank all my guests.
Thank you. Okay. Hier gibt es noch mal eine kurze Umbaupause.
So there's going to be a quick break.
Et je me réjouis maintenant d'introduire
And now I'm happy to be introducing the next guest who has taken up the cudgels for public media. Someone who has written her PhD thesis on this. Noel Curran has been working as General Director General of the European Broadcasting Union, the EBU. He was a journalist, investigative journalist that got many awards, producer, general director of the RTE, the public radio station in the Republic of Ireland.
Noel Curran.
Hello. Great to be here. I was here during the No Bilag campaign talking to staff at a time when the polls were a bit dodgy. So it's good to be back under these circumstances and to meet you all again. I want to just kind of talk around the contribution, the unique contribution of public service media to society. And, you know, I go back to this time last year and the vote that took place. And I want to talk about a European context, not so much a Swiss context, but you look at that campaign, you look at what happened, you look at the way the polls shifted from 50%, gradually increased, and the way it spread across the demographics. And in the introduction there was mentioned that I had done a thesis on broadcasting back in 1984. And at that stage, people were talking about what is going to replace public service broadcasting. It wasn't public service media then. I did a master's in European broadcasting policy, and the amount of academic literature which was trying to look beyond at that stage, because we had a neoliberal political movement, because we were under pressure, because there was an explosion in liberalization of commercial media, the amount of literature on looking past public service media and looking beyond it and what is going to replace it was extraordinary right across Europe. And yet we're still here. And we're challenged, and we need to change, and we desperately need to change, and we need to question ourselves, and we need to be really tough on ourselves, and we need to connect with the audience more, and a lot of the things that interesting panel were going through. But we are still here. And what is it? What is that unique contribution that we have made, and where are we going wrong, and what else do we need to do? This is us, the EBU community, 117 member organizations, 56 countries. And this is our values. And I take Karen's point completely. I absolutely agree with her point earlier that sometimes we don't live up to what we should be doing. Perfection is never a virtue that I have claimed for public service media. But look at those values and look at what's missing. And what isn't in those values is maximizing profitability. And I've worked in the commercial sector. There is excellence in the commercial sector. This old idea that some people in public service broadcasting had, this arrogant idea that we were the only ones delivering quality. We don't subscribe to that. I certainly don't subscribe to that. I've worked 3 or 4 times in the commercial sector for different companies. I know there is a lot of excellence. I know that the commercial sector has pushed a lot of innovation. I know that the profit motive has pushed innovation, but it has also led to huge restrictions. And our big contribution to society is based around a set of values where profit is not the guiding principle. And that's what makes us different. So you go look at where we are now in terms of Europe. How does that apply? And we all know this. A lot of dissonance, a lot of people unconnected, a lot of people feeling left behind. I come from a country, Ireland, that introduced massive austerity when our economy collapsed, when the banking sector was nationalized. So I know exactly the impact that has had across society. And that is being reflected on all of us, not just on public service media. It's been reflected on traditional media, on governments, on lots of different organizations and institutions. 7 in 10 people around the globe worry about fake news. Why wouldn't they? 120 million people during the last US presidential election directly accessed, this comes from Facebook, they believe accessed fake news stories generated by Russia. Whoever in Russia is not for me to say, but generated in that way. 120 million. The 20 most popular fake news stories were more popular than the 20 most popular genuine stories. So why wouldn't they be? You look at the world we live in, these are the kinds of changes we're facing. And I know there are a lot of regulators in the room and politicians and opinion formers. And what I would say to you, and I know that you live this and you know about this, but for me to reinforce it again, do not underestimate the scale of change. I've been following European broadcasting policy for a long time, from college and beyond, and from a practical position as Director General of a national broadcaster. Do not underestimate what is happening here. You go back 10, 12 years, what were the biggest companies in the world? Citigroup, General Electric, Cisco. You go now, what is it? Alphabet, Apple. The world has fundamentally changed, much, much faster than anything we've ever seen before. The new players and gatekeepers have much more power than any commercial entity previously. We've had fragmentation, we've had consolidation, and I don't just mean the big ones. I don't just mean AT&T and Time Warner, 85 billion deal. I don't just mean Comcast and Sky, 45 billion. You look at areas like the production sector, independent production sector, has completely shrunk in so many different European countries. In the UK, it's halved. The number of independent production companies has halved in the last 10 years. Consolidation, people getting bigger, commercial entities getting bigger. And where does that leave us? Where does that leave public service media? This is, and Tony Hall referred to this. This is a completely new paradigm. The minnow, the BBC minnow compared to the rest. And again, I want to give figures here today because too often you can just talk on emotion. And I do want to give some figures for people in terms of what is happening. You'll see here on the far left column, the 65 EBU PSM, commercial entities, the top 10 telecoms, right up to the internet giants. You look at the real rate of what is happening in terms of funding for PSM. It's okay, across Europe as a whole, it has remained pretty steady, but it's actually going down. And if you take that on GDP, it's going down even more starkly, particularly in the last 3 years. So there is a problem in funding, and I know that the commercial sector is under pressure. I know it, I work in it. I have worked in it. My brother still works with a newspaper group back in Ireland. I know the pressure they're under. But the big commercial companies have increased by over 20% in a 5-year period in terms of revenues. The internet giants have increased by 120% in the same period that in a real sense PSM is falling. And again, I say to people, regulators particularly, there is an obligation on everyone in this industry to stand back and say what is happening internationally. Too often it has just been focused internally. Regulations are being focused on this is what we are doing internally without taking into consideration the wider international context. In terms of the value, I believe public service media still offers a value. I believe we're flawed. I believe that in some areas that value proposition should be stronger. But I absolutely believe it. And again, let's go through some of the figures. Jean-Paul mentioned this figure earlier. 18 billion a year in terms of content that our members invest. 52% of their operating revenues. You compare that to internet giants, commercial companies, a fraction of that. 88% of our members of their output is domestic or EU origin. 73% of all fiction titles produced in the EU came from EBU PSM. This goes right to, and this is just an example, a figure that I saw, a table that I saw recently that I hadn't seen before. The Cannes Film Festival, all of the winners during that period supported by PSM. And that's probably our problem, that we're not making enough of this. We're probably not shouting it loudly enough and getting that message across it more effectively. But we are European. We're investing in European content, and it isn't just in in-house productions. 25% of what we spend is in the independent sector. Another 5 to 7% is in co-production. 11% is acquired. 6-7% is in all these other complicated deals. So in actual fact, 45% of what public service media across Europe spends is spent outside their own organizations. There is no other entities in terms of that are producing the range of content that can point at that spread between in-house, co-production, independent sector and acquired. In terms of the percentage, 52%, as I said, compared to 2.9%. And again, remember, and Netflix is a fantastic company. They're a fantastic company. Amazon, in terms of some of the innovations they have introduced, this is not me up here saying we're better than everybody else. This is me up here saying we do something different. And the Netflix, the 1 billion that Jean-Paul cited earlier, Netflix spends 10 million an episode on The Crown, 10 million. So it is investing, it's got a strategy around a certain type of investment. You look at our investments, only 6% of them are in entertainment. Despite all the criticism that we spend too much on sport, only 7% is sport. 18% is arts and culture. 27% on television is news. On radio, that figure is even higher. Children's, regional, which I'll talk about because I feel it's really important. So you can't just look at the figure, you have to look at the spread and the quality and what is it that you're investing in. We'll come back, I mentioned news and current affairs, and I mentioned the fake news, because our trust figures are higher. They have fallen, but they are higher. Trust figures in public service media are higher. Trust figures in social media platforms are absolutely appalling. And again, I say to regulators that I was very lucky to be on the EU high-level expert group on fake news. We went through a whole process of intense interaction with the regulators during that process, with the platforms during that process. We came up with a set of guiding principles, and I have to say how disappointed I was when it came to actually putting specifics on what they were going to do about fake news. How disappointed I was and others were around the response that we got from the tech companies to that entire process. And we made this public. And, for me, it brought forward this question of how heavily regulated are we in public service media, and we carry obligations, we get public funding, and how lightly regulated are the people that we are competing with. And this becomes important in so many different ways. This is another, public service media reaching all citizens. We are not doing everything right here. Some of our spends in some of these areas are simply not enough. And we need to realize that this is a core value, but we are doing this. When our economy collapsed in Ireland and we were looking at cutting back on our content spend, I got this letter that I will never forget. We had an Irish language radio station, Radio na Gaeltachta, very small audiences spread around the country. And in Ireland, as in Switzerland, there are different dialects within the minority community and within the minority language community. And I got a letter from a woman in one of these areas, and she said, she was reading about all the cuts that we were about to make, and she said, when you make these cuts, I would ask you to do one thing. You're not just talking about jobs. You're not just preserving employment. You're talking about the dialects of a language that has survived hundreds of years. And I was up in RTR recently with Ladina and her people, and I got that same sense, that these are the decisions you're making. How do you put a value on a dialect that has a tiny, tiny number of people speaking it, but it has been part of Irish culture for centuries? And everyone involved in Irish language will tell you that it is the publicly funded radio station that preserves those dialects within the country. Put a value on that. Somebody put a value on that. I would never expect a commercial company to broadcast in 4 different minority dialects. So again, value can't just be in terms of figures. It has to also be in terms of what it is you're delivering. Regional and local radio stations. We have, our members operate 69 TV and radio internet services aimed specifically at children and youth. We have not done enough in this regard. We are not bringing enough of the younger audience with us. And we are, and you heard it earlier, we are looking in terms of different ways of accessing this audience. How do we connect more and connect better with this audience? And it's not just an issue for us, but it's an issue for everyone. But it isn't something that I would ever say that we have been perfect on, but it is something we are completely aware of. And our members are spending much more time and resources in terms of this.
What would radio in Sweden be like?
This is a short video. We have this contribution to society project, which has been led by Roberto in our strategy unit, working with people like Scylla, who you saw earlier, who was on the panel earlier. And it's us trying to say to people, in facts and figures, in real terms, what it is that we're delivering for you. And this is a video that Swedish radio produced as in terms of what they deliver, in terms of them reaching out and connecting.
What would radio in Sweden be like if Sveriges Radio didn't exist? Would the difference really be so big? Perhaps not, except that we wouldn't broadcast local radio from 25 different stations across the whole of Sweden, that is. The same places where we cover the 372 matches played in the top men's and women's football leagues every year. And where 75% of Sweden's 11-year-olds take part in the We Are Year 5 competition that we organise. And let's not forget the 100,000 traffic and service reports that keep traffic flowing on Sweden's roads. Or the 9,060...
I'm conscious of time, and I know that there is a large group waiting for lunch, so I would advise anyone to go on YouTube, that and other videos, presentations from our members. Like, they're just really strong in terms of showing that connection. And again, it is us trying to think differently. It's us, all of our members, trying to think, how do we connect better? I want to talk about this very quickly. It's you know, we are investing more, and you heard the priority list from the last panel. Senior people within our public service media community. Digital is there, technology is there. We all know what the issues are. What I would say again to regulators in the audience, and I'm very happy to talk about specifics on this during the lunch or afterwards, is if you restrict us, if you restrict public service media in a digital space, you are condemning us to extinction. It's that simple. You know, I look at Germany 10 years ago when they tried the MediaTek video on demand platform, and it was decided it should only become a technical platform. I look at what I suspect Tony Hall, I don't know, but I suspect he was referencing in that short video earlier, the Ofcom decision, the regulator in the UK, the decision before Christmas to refer an increase in the number of box sets in personalisation on the BBC iPlayer, to refer that to a public value test. And we know our responsibilities in terms of public value and public value tests. We know it. We get public funding. We work in an ecosystem. But people have to think that this is an international environment. We now have a situation, and I believe Ofcom will come up with a correct decision on that. It's not a criticism of them. But you have to understand that we now have a situation, we could have a situation where BBC programmes on Netflix can be shown ad nauseum, and BBC programmes on the BBC are going to be restricted to a 28-day window. We have a situation where innovation, personalisation, good God, like everyone is moving towards personalisation. We do a public value test on personalisation. We do a public value test. The third criteria, because I read the Ofcom document, was on increased marketing spend. And I know our responsibilities, and I understand the decision-making that led to that. But if that public value test rules against the public service media organisation on those key things, then we are setting public service media back years with single decisions. And that is going on all over Europe. And this is an international world that we live in. Partnering, it was mentioned earlier, I think, by Curran, and the downsides of it. There are huge upsides. We are pushing hard for it. We are open, much more open than we ever were before. I think in terms of the other thing is, in terms of the transformation, we know our responsibilities. We know that they are European responsibilities. We know that if you get public funding and if people run the risk of going to jail in some countries, which they do, for not paying that public funding, that puts huge responsibilities on us. I just want to leave you with a very short clip from a BBC documentary that you know. Final slide, final point. We're challenged. We're absolutely challenged. PSM is changing. We know our responsibilities. You saw it earlier in terms of priorities. We know where we need to improve, and we're trying to improve. We know where we need to get much better, much more focused, and we're trying that. And we are not perfect, but we do offer something that others don't. And I do believe that the public will miss us if we're not around. Thank you very much.
Herzlich willkommen zurück.
Welcome back, everybody. Our afternoon program will be focused on our young audiences. We already talked a lot about these target audience groups. And one of the questions we'll be looking at will be what kind of public service media are required to connect with the young generation. So we have 3 practical examples in our program. The first from Denmark, from the public service company DR. The production unit for children's programs of that channel is one of the worldwide trailblazers in producing public service contents for kids and is leading in digital storytelling. Some of the shows were already awarded prizes, for example, Baking in the Dark that won an Emmy, or Ramachang Saves the World that received several awards and that will now be presented. And I'd like to now welcome Lerke Windale, if I'm saying it correctly. She studied at the National Film and Television School in the UK. After that, had 2 decades of experience as a producer and creative executive in both Danish and British film and television industries, before becoming the head of production for children contents at DR.
Welcome, Lerke Windale.
Thank you so much, Maria Victoria. Hello, everyone. As Maria Victoria said, my name is Lerke Windale, and I'm head of children's content production at Danish Broadcasting Corporation, also known as DR Ramachang. I'm here to present a project we launched last spring, Ramachang Saves the World. It's a call to action where the children of Ramachang set out to save the world, one mission at a time. But just before we get down to business, I thought I'd just like to see a show of hands. How many here in the room have ever watched a news program or a documentary on climate change and thought, oh my God, the world is coming to an end. I should do something about this. I must do something for my own sake and for the generations to come. And then gone on to do more or less nothing about it. Show of hands. Be brave. Okay, I see some cool people here, but most of you guys, you're just like me. We recognize the problem and we really, really want to do something about it. We just don't know what to do and where to start. And the thing is this, if we, the adults, feel this powerless about this and do nothing, what then do we pass on to our children? Yes, not very good at all. At Ramachang, we decided to take the power back, and as I will hopefully demonstrate to you today, the good news is that even a tiny person can make a big difference in the world. Let's have a look at the project.
Der plastik I havet, og fisk, der har det skidt. I Ramachang redder verden satte vi os for at redde bierne sammen med alle Danmarks børn. Vi bombarderede dem med indhold på alle platforme. På tv og web lancerede vi Ramachang redder-kampagnen.
Mor, far, jeg tog at redde verden.
Men der er altså chips.
Kampagnen havde sin helt egen støttesang, som skulle få børnene til at melde sig som Ramachang-reddere. I Ramachang-appen kunne børnene spille Ramachang redder bierne-spillet.
Superbi til tjeneste. Ja, her kommer jeg.
Jo flere blomster børnene plantede i spillet, jo flere blomsterfrø sendte vi ud til børn i virkeligheden. Spillet blev en kæmpe succes. På VOD var der masser af short formats. Serien om bien Ibi bød på læring.
Hey Ibi. I dag skal vi fortælle om bestøvningen af blomsterne. For hvis blomsterne skal overleve, så har de brug for biernes hjælp.
Der var også sjove facts.
Vidste du, at bien faktisk dør, hvis den stikker? Bier holder sig til blomsterne, og de stikker kun, hvis de bliver bange.
Og i fiktionsserien kunne børnene følge den lille bi Viggos kamp for at redde sig selv og de andre bier.
Er du okay? Hvad er der sket?
Der er ikke flere blomster tilbage.
Nej, det ved jeg godt.
Du må gøre noget.
Jeg har det!
Hvad gør vi?
Vi laver et indsamlingsshow.
Det hele fungerede som lead-in til Danmarks eneste indsamlingsshow til fordel for bierne.
Hvor er det vildt det der? Hvad siger I bag? Skal I ikke lige have en fanfare?
Showet blev sendt på Flow TV, og her blev antallet af ramachan-reder og blomster hver uge optaget.
231.600!
På Ramachans hjemmeside kunne børn og forældre downloade diplomer og printe selv ting til plantefest. Og til vores public outreach arrangementer mødte Danmarks børn op og byggede bihoteller, lavede frøbomber og lærte om bierne. Alt sammen med til at formidle det gode budskab.
Det allervigtigste er, at selvom du er en lille bitte en, så kan du stadig gøre en kæmpe stor forskel. Tak for nu!
Tusindvis af børn meldte sig som ramachan-redder og gjorde en kæmpe forskel.
Yes. So, Ramachan Saves the World is based on the thesis that engaging the children will engage the parents, which leads to an actual movement, which should equal change. The message being that even a tiny person can make a big difference in the world. To help focus our mission or call to action, we developed a set of parameters to work from. As already mentioned, it was super important for us to encourage activity. We really wanted to inspire children and parents to get up off the couch and go do something together. So that's as off the couch activism and Children and Parents Unite. Third up, we had Ramachan Characters Unite. And I don't know how many of you know this, but Ramachan is an actual island where all our characters live and have their daily lives. It's here. And this is the landing page of our app. The geo arrows shows you where some of the characters live. Oops.
Bum, 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 bum.
And when you tap on it, you can go directly to their place and play around.
Nej, altså ikke den dumme skorsten igen, nå. Prøv lige at se, hvad jeg kan. Hvad er det, som der sker? Bum, 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 bum.
Yes.
Bum, bum.
So, saving the world is no small matter, and we thought that it was key that everyone come together and join forces in the call to action. Kind of like a coalition of superheroes, our own version of the X-Men. Next up, it was, of course, very important to unite all our platforms in the call to action. This, however, posed a natural challenge. Our target audience, the 3 to 6-year-olds, are not old enough for social media. And how do you actually create a strong cross-media project without putting the SoMe highway to use? Okay, I'm a bit ahead of myself here. Cross-media without SoMe. Gaming. One of the things we did was to turn our game strategy around and create a game for our app that wasn't the usual supplement to the main content, but actually instead both a necessity and a driver for the whole call to action. In a sense, without the game, the charity show wouldn't work and the call to action couldn't function. we can just, you already saw a little bit of the game, but...
Morning, kan man ikke få nok
more.
af. Kan I så komme i søen? Super beat til tjeneste. Jeg er så klar, mand. Hvad var med den? Jo, sygt nok. Glimrende valg. Jeg ser komme afsted.
Træk blomsten op af jorden. Han skal væk. Yeah! Han skal væk. Godt gået.
Okay, I think we're a bit, I have to be aware of time, so this is all you can see for now. But kind of what's important to say about the game is that the flowers that the children plant in the game were actually converted to actual flower seeds that we sent out from the charity show later in real life. It means that every virtual flower literally counts. And the game, in that sense, formed the basis or the premise for the main VOD content, the charity show. And we would have been in big problems if the children hadn't been interested in helping the call to action along and play the game and plant flowers. But thanks God, they did want to do that. The last thing we added to our list was call to action in real life. At Ramachan, our rule of thumb is that 1 hour screen time should equal 100 hours playtime. We actively try to lure children away from spending time with our content. And on Ramachan Saves the Bees, the idea was that the call to action on screen should multiply by at least 100 call to action out in the real world. And it did. But I'm getting ahead of myself here. First, we have the mission for year 1. Insects are an integral part of life on Earth as both pollinators and prey for other wildlife. But according to recent studies, the abundance of flying insects has plunged by 3/4 over the last 25 years. And this has prompted warnings that the world is on course for ecological Armageddon. However, saving the insects on a large scale is definitely a very worthy mission. We thought it might be a tad too complex for our target audience, the 3 to 6-year-olds, and we went with something more relatable, Save the Bees. This is our content plan for the call to action. As you see there, the campaign spot and the charity song or music video went on air on our platforms on both the main channel 2 weeks before we started the charity show. The week after that, we launched the game just in time for the Easter holidays, and we put the first 4 episodes of the fiction lead-in out on VOD, along with most of the different short formats. The main show, the charity show, premiered the week after on Friday, 30th of March, and every Friday we went live with a new episode until the grand finale, the Great Gala show on the 4th of May, which was also the day we put out the final episode of the fiction lead-in, The Happy Ending. Our public outreach campaign was rolled out during the Flow VOD and DigiRun in March and April. And we started out in our own backyard, literally out back the studios, where we invited kindergartens and first graders in for a series of workshops. Here you see our host, Silja, teaching the children bee language. You may not know this, but bees communicate by dancing. It's hard science, just telling you. We also had different workstations where the children could experiment with making seed bombs and building bee hotels. And to make sure that everyone across the country could join in, we produced 2 DIY videos and put them out on our SoMe platforms. So yes, a little SoMe for the adults after all. I'm just gonna show you how to make a bee hotel. also have a video of how to make a seed bomb, but I think we're going to skip that for now. If anyone's interested, I'll send it to you afterwards. Let's look at some of the responses from the community. This is some of the feedback that came back. The top one, they're in Danish, so I'll translate, and you just have to trust me that it's true. The top one is from a kindergarten on the small island of Ærø. A super useful and fun project for both children and adults, and we're already looking forward to the next mission on Ramachan Saves the World. Below that is a message from Mathilde's mom. Mathilde has been working very hard all day in the garden preparing a flower bed. It's so lovely to have her with me out here, and we get to talk a lot about the bees and all the other insects. The top one here is from Annette, the mother of Sebastian and Emilia. We love that you're making the kids aware of the importance of bees. It has really captured their imagination. And below from the kindergarten in Sunds, it's been amazing to witness the children's engagement with this. They have all been bringing flower seeds to kindergarten today. And the last one is from the NGO organization City Bee. Thank you for your work on the bees. Today I was visiting the Peder Lykke School to teach the first graders about the bees. But as it turned out, they knew everything already. Thanks to you guys. When we went off air in May, the numbers looked like this. Let's see. VOD, the fiction had a general share of 51%, and the main show 45%. In the game app, we had play starts 700,000, which and a playtime average of 4 minutes and 0.0 seconds. And in a small country like Denmark, this actually means that every child in the age between 3 to 6 played the game 3 times in a total of 11 minutes in the limited period the game was available. And that actually makes it our most successful game to date. And the numbers from the public outreach. 3,000 children and adults participated in the workshops out back the studios. 5,874 children enlisted as Ramachan savers, and around 232,000 flower seeds got planted during the show run. But as I said, those were just the numbers from our show run, because the public outreach campaign actually continued for another 4 months across the country after the call to action had wrapped up on our platforms. This is from a planting session at a museum in Billund. The museum had donated a field and invited children in to plant the flowers, as you can see them doing here in the rain. And the field was then later tended by a voluntary pensioner, and by summer, she had it in full bloom. And this is from the north of Jutland, another one of our Ramachan characters, Motamille, at a gathering in Hirtshals. These are all 4th graders competing in who knows more about the bees. Some bees are called single bees because they're looking for a sweetheart. True or false? This is from Aarhus. These kids here are building rooms for an enormous bee hotel that we later put up in the countryside in Mols. And this is from Bornholm, where a coalition of farmers decided to plant 42.1 kilometers worth of flowers. And the children were then invited to run 4.2 kilometers in the bee race. And to the north of Zealand, another one of our Ramachan characters. And as you can see, it were many, many events across the country with a fantastic turnout of people. And what's extra satisfying, I guess, is that some of these events came to life in close, actually all of these events came to life in close collaboration with a long list of minor NGOs, some of which decided to join forces and work together for the first time ever. So kind of a bit like our Ramachan superhero coalition. After the summer holidays, our media research department conducted a little survey to see how effective the call to action had been. When asked if they can recall which animal Ramachan set out to save in the spring, 67% of the 3 to 6-year-old knew the right answer. And when we then asked them if they and all their families took part in the call to action on the bees, 25% said yes, they did, every fourth. So returning to our idea or thesis, will engaging the children lead to engaging the parents, leading to an actual movement which will lead to change? Yes, hell to the yes, and we're doing it again. Right now we are actually looking to save the animals in the oceans. As you are all aware, I'm sure, the plastic of the world all ends up in the water with huge consequences for the life there and life on Earth and planet as a whole. And this spring, the Ramachang and the children of Denmark will join forces to save the animals in the oceans. The focus here is to make the children aware of the consequences of plastic. By collecting plastic in the street and in nature, and by recycling the plastic, putting it back in the right place, perhaps even create something new, the children will make a difference. Pick up plastic, recycle it, and help save the animals in the ocean. We'll spread out across the platforms like we did and in real life like we did on year one. One thing that will be different though is that we'll have a new toy, which is a new brand page as a driver in our app. I can't show you what it looks like yet because we're still building it, but I could have shown you a clip of another brand page, but I think I'm close on time, so we'll skip it. Again, if you're interested, I'll be super happy to show it to you at a later time. This is it for Ramachang Save the World. We wanted to take the power back. We wanted to show the children that it matters, that they matter, that they can make a difference, that it's possible to actually do something. And by doing so, we showed ourselves exactly the same. And I personally can't think of a more important message for the times we live in right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Lerke Windale.
Vielen Dank,
Bevor wir nun zum
Windale.
nächsten Beispiel aus der Praxis kommen,
Before we come
geht es jetzt um eine Grundfrage.
the next
Wie
practical
muss
example,
ein
first,
zeitgemäßer Service
fundamental
Public
question:
aussehen,
what does
bei
a
den
contemporary
heutigen
public
Zielgruppen
service
auf Akzeptanz zu stoßen?
media need
Dies
to
sollte
look
eine Studie von
to
1000
be
Jugendlichen und
accepted
jungen
by the
Erwachsenen
target
hier in der
groups? And
Schweiz
this is a
wissen.
question that a
Resultate
study among
dieser Studie,
1,000
einem
young people and young
Gemeinschaftsprojekt der
adults
HTW
wanted to know,
und der Universität
and
Basel sind
this
druckfrisch
study that was carried
und
out
werden
as a
exklusiv
joint
an
project
unserer
of the
heutigen
Technical
Konferenz
University Curran and the University of Basel
Je souhaite
are fresh
maintenant
off the press
présenter les trois
and will be
intervenants.
introduced at
Matthias
our conference
Künstler,
today.
Künstler est chef de
Well, this I'd
recherche
like
à
to
l'Institut de
introduce to
production
you our
multimédia
next three speakers.
à la
Matthias
Haute École
Künstler,
Technique
Head
et
of the Research
d'Économie,
Institute,
HTW,
Multimedia Production
Poire
Center
et vice-président
at
de la
the
SSCM, la Société
Technological
Suisse des
University of
Sciences,
Applied
de la
Sciences in
Communication et des
Chur,
Médias,
Vice President of
en allemand
SSCM.
SGKM. Ulla
And
Autenried
next, Ulla
travaille depuis
Autenried, since
2012 à
2012, she's
l'Université de
been
Bâle
working
en
with
tant
the University of
qu'assistante
Basel,
scientifique
a
et
scientific
dirige
collaborator.
l'aspect opérationnel
She's
du
in charge
projet.
of the
Et pour
operational
finir,
aspects of the
la
project
collaboratrice
Service
scientifique
Public.
Fiona Fehlmann est depuis
Finally, then,
environ
Fiona
une année
Fehlmann, who
doctorante
for
dans ce
1 year
projet.
has
Nous sommes
been writing her
curieux de connaître
doctorate
vos
on this
résultats.
project. So we're looking
Bienvenue.
forward to your results. Welcome.
Ja, meine sehr verehrten
Well,
Damen und Herren,
ladies
sehr
and
verehrte Kolleginnen und
gentlemen,
Kollegen,
colleagues,
vielen Dank für die freundliche
thank you very
Einleitung.
much for
Wir freuen uns sehr,
the kind words of
Ihnen heute
introduction.
zum ersten Mal
What a
erste
pleasure
Resultate
it is to
unserer
be sharing
Studie
results of our
über die
studies
Akzeptanz
on
des Service
acceptance
Public
of
bei der
service
jungen Zielgruppe
public,
vorstellen
public
zu
service
dürfen.
media among the
In
young
den
for the first
medienpolitischen
time.
Debatten gibt's ja immer wieder
In
Behauptungen,
the policy
viele
debates on
Behauptungen
this,
aufgestellt, welche Medien die Jugendlichen
many
gerne
statements are
nutzen
made
und
on
inwiefern der
preferences of
Service
young
Public
people for
einen
certain
Stellenwert
media
hat.
and
Nur
on
wenige
the
nehmen sich
place
allerdings die
public
Mühe,
service
wirklich
media
mal
have among the
hinzuhören,
young.
die
But there are very
Jugendlichen
few
zu
people
Wort
that
kommen
actually
zu lassen.
listen
Wir
to
haben
the
dies
young
getan
in
und
this.
haben einige
We
Jugendliche
did. We asked some young people.
SRF höchstens 2 bis 3 Mal im Monat, wenn irgendwie Wahlen oder Abstimmungen sind, die mich interessieren.
I don't listen to public media a lot. Only before votations I sometimes listen to public media.
Und welche audiovisuellen Angebote nutzt du im Alltag am
Question:
meisten?
what
Welche
audiovisual
nutzt du am meisten?
offers do you make use of? I watch Netflix to the greatest extent, Instagram, social media. This is what I like. I'm perfectly independent. I can watch these platforms whenever I want them and wherever. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have heard or you may not have understood the statement made, namely that this young person said it's mainly Netflix and social media platforms. This is certainly a representative statement for this age group. Colleague Latzer and his team of the University of Zurich established in a study that the younger age group are very much geared to videos that they stream. The older they get, the less important streaming becomes. That's what we know from our studies. So usage patterns have changed. Therefore, it's been assumed that public service media would be less supported in future. These were discussions that came up also around the No Billag referendum that we talked about at great length this morning. Similar statements were made to the tune that people watch news on YouTube, why pay Billag fees? And such different usage patterns were surmised to lead to less support for public service media. But is that statement true? Is the assumption true? Is it true that a decline in usage patterns in PSM would lead to less support for public service media? We have another statement on this. Well, PSM plays less of a role than I thought. I am, of course, an occasional viewer of the news program, but I often do so at times that I choose. On the other hand, we noticed in the context of the initiative that PSM play an important role in Switzerland. I do personally believe that public service media have an important role to play, also for the cohesion of the country with its 4 cultures, languages, and the democratic system, where everyone needs to have access to public service information. This young man said he didn't often make use of public service media, but he still thinks them important. This is a statement that is by and large confirmed by reality, because in the follow-up of the vote on license fees for PSM, it is the youngest age group that supported PSM license fees with most vehemence. And that goes to show that the proportion between new usage patterns and support for PSM is more complex than it might seem at first sight, and that's the background for our project. Over to you, Fiona. Well, what questions were we interested in our research program? To what extent and how do young people find PSM content? What individual value and do young people see in PSM content, and what power of innovation do audiovisual service public formats have in the digital media market, and what strategic reflections can be recognized as we design a PSM offer fit for the future? And all that leads to the most central question as to how today's service public has to be designed to be accepted by young people. In our study, we relied very much on our quantitative study that we carried out very recently only. 4 dimensions were taken into consideration there. We were looking at usage as regards devices, smartphones. Then we were looking at subscriptions, print subscriptions, streaming services, subscriptions, user frequencies, and media offers, for example, social media search machines and others. Another dimension that we looked at in this quantitative study is the evaluation of the various media offers as regards trustworthiness, or how innovative offers were being perceived. A third dimension was the extent to which young people were prepared to pay for public service content offerings. Fourth, we were evaluating offers on Swiss public television radio, as well as private programs with a license with regard to attractiveness and the presentation of various regions. How is that being evaluated? Let's look at the methodology of our survey, of our study. We carried out a quantitative online survey in 3 linguistic regions among young people between 14 and 35. We were hoping to get 1,100 interviews, and today we can show you a first excerpt of this with 950 cases, so we haven't fully finished yet. The study was carried out together with the polling institute Intervista through its panel. Interviews lasted for 20 minutes and took place between February 12th and February 25th this year. So it's a very recent study indeed. With that, let's cast a first look at first results and trends of this online survey, the part that interests us most. Looking at how SRG, public service media, is being considered with regard to their audiovisual offers, we see that they're being made use of far more frequently than those by private publishing houses with a license or by private houses, 3+, for example. 45.6% of those polled said they made use of public service media offers at least once a month. But a third still said they use it less frequently than that. 72.2% of those polled say they see regional programs less than once a month. If we go further and look at user frequencies with regard to SRG offers as regards social media, we quickly see that as regards daily consumption among the age group, streaming subscriptions like Netflix, social media, YouTube, Instagram play a very large role, contrary to SRG offers. So other offers seem to be more important with regard to daily usage. Well, as all of you, also we were interested in seeing how SRG is being considered among the age group. We looked at answers provided by those people that looked at SRG programs at least once a month. 738 it was, that is 2/3 of young people between 14 and 35 make use of SRG programs at least once a month. We are now looking at the 3 top-rated and the 3 worst-rated evaluations. Best rated was the statement, the SRG programs show the entire diversity of Switzerland. The scale ranked from 1 to 5, approve fully, do not approve at all. So this was taken from that scale. The second best statement was SRG content reflect the different regions of the world. 62% of the young, that is 2/3, said that is the case. And the best answer, best statement was the following. The SRG offer makes an important contribution to the political debate in Switzerland. So everything that pertains to democracy relevance was being rated high. Less high were the ratings for the following statements. 40.8% SRG offers are in line with my interests. And the next 28.4% SRG makes an attractive offer for young people and young adults. And worst fared the following statement, the SRG offers reflects the interests of young people and young adults. So only 1/3 of these polled said that is the case. Those were the SRG values. Now, we were interested in comparing this to private regional TV publishing houses with a license. Figures were rather impressive. Same principle again. We approached those young people that make use of such offers at least once a month. And you see the figures shining up behind me. 289 out of more than 1,000 do watch these programs of licensed private publishing houses at least once a month. Or put differently, 3/4 of the young people do not make use of these broadcasts at all. Now, we looked more exactly at the answers provided by the 289 young people, and we again get the 3 best-rated answers and the 3 worst-rated answers. 37.7% was the value for the statement about the important contribution of the political debate. And the statement is well worth watching the programs of regional TV broadcasters. And 43% was the value for the statement. The offers by regional TV broadcasters reflect the different opinions. 43.6% was the value for the answer that the regional TV programs reflect the diversity of Switzerland. Those were the positive replies. These were the negative replies. 24%. The TV programs from my region are important for me every day. 23%. The offers by regional broadcasters reflect the interests of young people and adults. And 23% also for the statement regional TV programs offer attractive programs for young people and adults. So that's relevant, I suppose, along with the readiness of young people to pay for these programs. We asked young people, how much are you ready to pay for a publicly funded broadcasting offer? We transferred their answers into diagrams, and the chart tells us that 16% would not want to pay anything. 42% of young people are prepared to pay up to half the amount that is necessary today. 1/3 of those polled can indeed imagine paying the full license fee, and 10% even more. In other words, more than half, 58% of young people are prepared to maximally pay about half of today's licensed TV
Wenn
fees.
die Ergebnisse, das sind ja wie gesagt die ersten
license
Ergebnisse,
fees,
die
rather.
Daten sind noch
Apologies.
ganz frisch. Für Sie noch mal
The results are
zusammengefasst.
recent.
Was
They're
wir
being
sehen,
summarized
ist,
here
dass im
again.
Alltag von Jugendlichen
And we
und
see
jungen
that
Erwachsenen
in
ganz
everyday
klar
life of young people and young
Social-Media-Plattformen
adults,
beziehungsweise
social
Serviceanbieter
media
wie
platforms or service
dominieren.
providers
Das
like
heißt, für
Netflix are
die alltäglichen
predominant.
Medien, das, was ich jeden
The
Tag,
daily
mir
consumption,
anschaue
what
oder
I
zur Kenntnis nehme,
look at every
fällt
day,
auf diese.
is part and parcel of that.
beziehungsweise der
SRG,
Service
that is
insbesondere auf einer
Swiss
wöchentlichen Basis
PSM,
noch relevant.
is more relevant on a weekly
Hier sehen wir,
basis.
dass es einen deutlichen Unterschied gibt, kann man sagen, zwischen den
We see there's a
Angeboten
clear
der
difference
SRG und
between
den,
the
Konzessionen
national
von
offers of
privaten
national
Kanälen.
broadcasters and the
Also
regional
die SRG schneidet hier
broadcasters.
deutlich besser ab,
SRG,
sowohl in
national
der Nutzung als auch
broadcaster,
in der Bewertung.
is rated much higher than the regional
Sie haben am Anfang ja
licensed
die Bio-Statements gesehen,
broadcasters.
und das sehen wir auch in unseren Daten. Aus einer normativen Perspektive.
From a normative perspective, PSM offers enjoy a high standing. They're being considered as relevant and significant for society at large. If you break it down to the individual level, though, as far as individual usage and appreciation is concerned, offers, programs are
Und das hängt dann eben auch
not
mit der
very
Zahlungsbereitschaft
relevant.
zusammen, die
Hence,
grundsätzlich zwar
the
vorhanden
limited
ist, aber eben deutlich
preparedness of young
geringer
people
ausgeprägt,
to
als
pay for these
es,
offers.
die gegenwärtige Finanzierung sein müsste. Wir haben Ihnen die Ergebnisse, die Sie jetzt hier gesehen haben, auf einem Handout zusammengefasst.
We've summarized the results on a handout that you can access on our website, www.zukunftsservicepublic.com.ch. Those are preliminary results. We obviously will continue the study, and we're looking forward to the discussion.
Merci beaucoup, Matthias Künzler.
Thank you very much, Matthias Künzler,
Fiona Fehlmann.
Fiona Fehlmann and Ulla Autenried. Our second practical example comes to us from Scotland.
BBC
BBC The Social is a digital platform that got an award, and it set itself up to the task to tell stories destined to a young audience. They also opened up an internet site where short videos are being shown. December 2015 was the starting point of this, and ever since then, 60 million clicks were registered with that. Let's welcome Kirsty Drain. She's been working with BBC Scotland for 7 years, has held various functions, and she was on board ever since the launch of BBC The Social, and she's going to explain to us why the team The Social does not make use of the term hard to reach when talking about young people.
We're very happy to have you with us. She is waiting here. Welcome on stage.
Thank you very much. So I'm Kirsty, the senior producer on BBC The Social, which is BBC Scotland's digital platform for the 18 to 34 audience. That's our demographic. So I'd just like to start by showing you a short trailer that showcases some of the content that we've made with young talent in Scotland over the past 3 years. And just to warn you, it does contain some swearing, so just to warn you.
Man, get in the bed.
Yep, sorry.
Do you ever find a sense of rage whenever someone slurps down some soup?
Would you sweat, Brent? I was in SpongeBob SquarePants!
I'm just here to see he's all about that, know what I mean?
What the f? Oh, shit. Oh, fucking shit myself when that happened. I'm not having that! Your sister's bringing a new boyfriend round.
Going through menopause at 22 is the most bizarre thing.
I'm not saying take down the street name, I'm just saying that the slave's name should be up there with them.
We're not going to tolerate it in 2018.
I am 21 years old as of today, and I have a stoma.
We all need to work together to help end disability discrimination.
We can all agree that Halloween is on the 31st of October. Not unless you've grown up in a town called Kilmarnock.
I'm actually Scottish, 100%.
No, you aren't.
Yes, I am.
Own your queerness, games. We can be imperfect. We don't have to fit people's expectations.
We want to be valued for our mind, for our opinion.
You'd think it was just about time for love.
So I hope that gives you a flavour of some of the genres and the sort of diversity of subjects that we cover on the social. So the project started 3 years ago, and we started with a mission statement that you can see behind me. So we obviously, like all public broadcasters at the moment, wanted to make content that would engage younger audiences, which is obviously a hard demographic to reach for us all. We wanted to provide a voice for underserved communities in Scotland. We wanted to make content that was authentic to the social media platforms where the young audience are. And we wanted to develop a new generation of creators. So we wanted to provide a niche where a talent development platform to give back to the rest of the BBC. So we also wanted to cover diversity and reflect the whole of Scotland. So a lot of the population is concentrated in the Central Belt, in the two main cities, but we wanted to include and reflect what was going on across the whole of the country. So younger audiences, we always hear how hard to reach they actually are. It's just a constant problem, as I was saying, that we're all facing. But actually, if you're, getting ahead of myself there. If you're telling the stories that they care about and you're asking them what they want to see in their content and involving them in the process, they are going to engage with those stories. So that was part of the social's starting point. So developing content with our audience was crucial. So we invited lots of Scottish creatives, filmmakers, comedians, journalists, all sorts of different creatives in Scotland to come on board with the social and make content for us that we would optimise for social media platforms using the expertise of our production team. So the commissioning model was completely different to anything the BBC had done before. It was a sort of grassroots model where the ideas came from the young people that the platform was serving. We were hearing a bit about Tony Hall and the sort of objectives for the BBC going forward. So in 2017, he said, finding and supporting the next generation of new talent, both on and off screen, is a vital part of the BBC's remit. I see this as central to our mission as a public service broadcaster. So clearly the social and its values and our mission was very much in line with the BBC's objectives for the next few years. So we launched in December 2015. So started with very humble beginnings. There was 2 producers, 2 researchers, 2 senior producers to begin with, so a very small team. Just 4 of us actually turning around content. We started with just a Facebook page and a YouTube page. And I would say in that time, over the last 3.5 years, our production model has changed dramatically. And we've really learned as we've gone along and learned from a lot of our mistakes as well. For example, at the beginning, with all this content, we were putting it out on our platforms, but we didn't subtitle any of the content. And now we understand that to make it as accessible as possible, you have to subtitle all your videos. And also a social media audience, you have to learn their behaviour. And about 90% of a social media audience watches short form content with the sound off. So things like that, we're constantly learning and evolving, which is really important in a digital space. So now we have our biggest audience is on Facebook. So we roughly reach up to 4 to 7 million people per week on Facebook. We have 2 YouTube channels. One is for all sorts of different content, so comedy, issues, news, sport. But we also have a YouTube channel that's bespoke for gaming content, which just specifically focuses on young Scottish gamers, which is a very, very big genre for young people in Scotland. We have a huge culture of gaming in the country. We also have an Instagram page, which we've built up from scratch. Twitter, we're on bbc.co.uk, so we're still on those BBC native platforms, which is obviously very important. In the past 3.5 years, we've produced, I would say the number's probably more than that now. I say 4,880, it's probably closer now to about 6,000 pieces of content, and we're probably close to developing about 500 young people and developing their talent from all across Scotland. So this gives you an idea of the production cycle for the social. So we start with an idea. So the young person that wants to get involved with us talks through their idea with a member of our production team, and they are able to discuss, and once they're happy with something that they think would work, that's relevant, that covers something that we've not covered before, the producer will ask them to film a pilot. And it's fine if they've got absolutely no skills at all, if they're just coming to us raw. Plenty of people have just started with filming their own content on a mobile phone, and then gradually we develop their skills and develop their technical skills and their filming skills so they can move up to those slightly kind of fancier cameras and editing equipment. The content comes in, constant feedback from the production team, so we're always feeding back. We might go back and ask for changes, and that can be several things, and it's a constant improvement cycle that allows the creator to learn every time that they make a video. And then when we're happy, we publish the content daily, and so the cycle continues. So some of our contributors will make things for us once a week, sometimes once a month, sometimes bi-monthly. So it really depends, but there's that relationship between the BBC production team and the talent that's sort of coming from external sources. This just gives you an idea of some of the young people that we've worked with over the last 3.5 years. So now the team has grown to such that there's now 3 different production teams in the team. And a producer can at one time be looking after up to 80 contributors and be in constant dialogue with them about what they want to make. And there's a constant ebb and flow, which allows for further development and for new people to come on board at any time. So we very much see ourselves as the front door to the BBC. This is where you start, and you can fine-tune your skills and progress by working with us. This is a typical content plan for a month on the social. As you can see, it looks pretty hectic. We publish 2 new pieces of content every day on Facebook and 2 new pieces of content every day, every week on YouTube. And Instagram and Twitter is every day as well. We colour code all the content so that we're covering a good breadth of genres, and we're making sure to get a nice variety of different subjects published every month. But just like anything on the social, this model is really flexible and movable and adaptable, and it allows us to be reactive as well. So very often we'll turn something around from a contributor in a couple of hours and have it out there living on the platforms. So we're able to be part of that conversation that's sort of trending on social media at any given time. So some statistics for you. On Facebook, as I was saying, our average reach is anything from 4 to 7 million. So clearly, like, the numbers speak for themselves. 547,000 average weekly engaged users. That's actually gone up this year to, we average about 1 million weekly engaged users. And the engagement figure is probably the most important, because that's people actually interacting with your content. So commenting, sharing, actually taking action to see if they like it or not. 2.4 million average weekly video views, and 65% of the average weekly views is consumed by under 35s. So we've been consistently hitting that demographic, and the audience has responded to the model where it's the audience that's deciding what they want to see from the BBC. Connecting with the audience is obviously very important. So we have a full-time member of staff on the social who's a community manager, whose job it is to interact with the audience and respond to comments and make sure that we have a voice. So they've developed a kind of personality for the social, which is authentic to young people. It's often quite cheeky. We're not afraid if someone gives us some quite negative feedback to be quite cheeky back. So it's just making sure that we are reflecting that tone that young people respond to. So yes, we really value that meaningful engagement. So if people are taking the time to comment, then they expect in sort of this day and age for the person to get back to them and to sort of hear back and to be engaged in a dialogue. So yeah, I'll just bash through some of these statistics. So that's the social's weekly reach. It really varies depending on how successful the content's been. You can see 58 million at one point in 2017 when we had a massive viral hit with a film called Kilted Yoga, which you may have seen, which definitely celebrated Scotland. So that varies hugely from week to week. Weekly engagements, as I say, this is the important figure. Again, that's gone up to anything from sort of 5 million plus. You can see at the beginning, we started with under 5,000 engagements a week. So very, very humble beginnings. And we've been able to build up this kind of organic audience over time. So as I was saying, talent development is key for the social. So after contributors have sort of have developed their talent through us, there's plenty of giving back to the other linear platforms on the BBC. So we've had lots of talent that have now made things for iPlayer, appeared on BBC Radio, and we have a journalist who is now reporting on BBC Scotland News. So we're providing that talent pipeline that feeds back to the rest of the BBC. So I'm going to show you some content now. This is a video that went viral last year on the social about a young Scotsman called Blair, and it really started a national conversation and promoted social change. So I'll let you have a look.
My name is Blair Wilson, and I decided to take a smiling selfie after I was attacked for being gay, and let's just say things escalated after that.
This morning I watched a video posted by a young man by the name of Blair Wilson. I don't know if he's here today.
The First Minister herself used the content from my response and my video about the incident in her speech at Pride Glasgow.
The principles and the values demonstrated by that young man of dignity, of courage and of compassion are the values that should define our country. So Blair, we all stand with you.
After the video was posted, I received countless messages of love and support, and some men even shared what it was like for them growing up gay decades before I was even attacked. Two of those men were Hugh and Stephen.
Hello, I'm Stephen, I'm 43 and I'm from Glasgow. Generation before me had to suffer a lot. My generation has seen a lot of improvements.
Back then, I had grown up in the 80s where you were still getting front page headlines talking about puffs and queers and that kind of thing and being really dragged to it, and I've seen a real change in attitudes.
I've gone through most of my life feeling that I just need to keep myself to myself for the sake of an easy life. As long as there's people like you in the world, we can all go ahead and smooth the path for generations to come. So I'm proud of you.
After watching Hugh and Stephen's videos, I was grateful that I had inspired people to share their story with me, and in doing so, it let me know that I wasn't alone and I had a whole community standing behind me. If we stick together and defend our rights, hopefully we can eradicate homophobic attacks in Scotland. Those that want to spread hatred are in the minority, and it's time to stand together against them.
So that was Blair, whose video, as I say, sparked a national conversation and actually caught the eye of our First Minister, who mentioned it several times. So just moving on, just what the social's done for how people feel about the BBC and their public sector broadcaster. So we've kind of prompted awareness by 25%. This was some independent research we did last year. 39% said the social made them feel more positive about Scotland. That might look like quite a low figure, but that's actually quite impressive, as the BBC has been quite divisive in Scotland in recent years. And they also felt an increase in emotional closeness, so they felt connected to the content, which was another one of our kind of central aims. So another piece that we've done that really had a high public sector value involved a video on revenge porn, which a law came into force last year in Scotland, making that illegal. So we covered it with, we wanted to cover this subject in a different way and make it authentic to a digital format. So we did what we call an iPhone takeover drama on revenge porn, and I'll just show you a quick clip of this just now.
Hi babe, are you okay?
No,
Oh, was Rachel at the party? She is a total bitch.
I'm not sure.
See if it was that wee cow, honestly, I'll kick her head in.
No, because she left in a taxi with Curran, so it's...
If you were asleep...
I was asleep.
Then that's illegal.
Maybe, but it's...
It is, it's like revenge porn or something.
Don't call it porn.
I read something about it the other day. Hold on.
I'm just aware we're quite short for time, so I'll move on from that just now. But you get the idea. It was a serious message, and a message very important to young people, but told in a format that they'll actually engage with. So what's next for the social? Obviously, as a short form model, it's been very successful. So we're rolling out the model to audio. So we're going to be we're going to be launching a team that's going to be bringing in new talent to make podcasts for BBC Sounds, which you might have heard Tony Hall speak about earlier on. It's the app that's bringing all the BBC's audio together in one place. So this is going to be a role that's going to allow new talent that wants to concentrate on audio to make things. So we're going to be turning around about one podcast a week. So just flooding that market with brand new talent and kind of audience-generated content. We're also expanding the model UK-wide. So there's going to be bases in England for the social because it has been so successful and has really engaged that demographic. So the details of which are still being ironed out, but that is definitely happening beginning this year. So that's the end of my presentation.
Without BBC The Social.
I'm just going to finish with a quick film featuring some of the contributors discussing how the social has benefited them and kind of changed their lives and brought them into the media.
Without BBC The Social, I would not have been able to even dream of having any sort of a career in media.
It's not often that someone like me has the platform and the support to discuss some sometimes really challenging issues or subjects.
The collaborative production model in the social has really helped me. I've honed my skills, gained more confidence, and ultimately I want to be a filmmaker, and that's exactly what the social has helped me to do.
Them having the confidence in me was honestly something that I really, really needed.
The social gave me that platform and it made me feel as if my ideas were being respected and taken seriously.
I started making videos 2 years ago about LGBT issues and specifically trans issues that I wanted to talk about. There was nothing but support from the social.
And it's allowed us to experiment as well, especially on a platform that's regarded around the world, the BBC.
I've actually had jobs off the back of BBC The Social, writing for Empire magazine, SFX magazine, Fandom.
Opportunities that I've had since working with The Social. I was approached by the One Show to present a 5-minute segment about fat tax fashion.
Off the back of my videos and equalities saw me premiere films and content at the Scottish Parliament to discuss major issues at Westminster. I even got invited to tour America by the American Embassy.
I just recently finished directing my first ever short.
which is crazy. I would have absolutely not been able to do this without them.
I've been able to interview James Bay at Tea in the Park, present a live show and talk on the radio about loads of different things.
Being part of social for me has been life-changing.
Thank you very much.
Many thanks to you, Kirsty Drain.
Does public service media have to be rethought on a daily basis almost, or is it all about adaptation? This is what the EPRA, the European Platform of Regulatory Authorities, wanted to know from its members when it launched its poll with 16 open questions on the topic public service media in the digital age. Samuel Studer will be talking about the results of that study. He obtained his doctorate in media and communication, and in his doctoral thesis he was doing research on the transformation of the media structure in Switzerland in the long term. Since 2017, Samuel Studer has been a specialist on media in the Department of Communication of the Federal States. He teaches at the University of Zurich, at the University of Fribourg and Curran. Samuel Studer.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to be here today and have the opportunity to talk to you in the next 20 minutes about results of a survey that was carried out by the European regulatory authorities. As a disclaimer, I just want to say I was allowed to carry out this work for the EPRA. This one disclaimer, and another one is, as was shown in the results, the regulatory situation in different countries can be quite different. However, it was also found that certain challenges and questions are similar or the same in several countries. So I would like to focus on those common points in my presentation. One of the first things different countries have in common is that there has been an increase of political pressure. We see that public service media still have high ratings, at least there where they are given adequate funding, and that the perceived credibility among the general population is still high. But despite, or maybe because of this strong position, public service organizations have started coming under political pressure in many European countries. The No Billag initiative, with its goal of completely abolishing public funding of public service media, was maybe unique. However, the discussion about the extent of funding for public service media is one that we can find all over Europe, as we already gathered from the discussions earlier this morning. And one reason might be the conditions, parameters have changed due to digitization. And of course, there are also social changes involved, but without digitization, I believe we lack a crucial element. Why is that? Well, first of all, digitization has led to a lower threshold for entering into the market, and also production costs for television and radio programs have significantly been reduced, especially if quality isn't such an issue. So technically and economically, more players can enter into the market and distribute and produce programs. This is something we've been watching for some time now. Secondly, digitization in the internet has led to more cross-genre productions. You have text and audiovisual products that can be consumed using the same device as visual contents, and at the same time this has led to an increase in international competition. So we have national and international competition, and via internet contents from all over the world are available. So, looking from a broad perspective, we have a massively increased competition for the attention of the public, for example, between private and public players. This is also something that was mentioned today. And the question was, what needs to be done about this? Very often this is taken as a point for arguing against the special position or questioning this privileged position of public service media. From a regulatory point of view, one crucial point is the question what public service providers should be allowed to offer and what should be left to private enterprises. And this is not a new question. The SRG has been dealing with it since its foundation, unlike certain print media, but under the new circumstances it becomes even more urgent. The EPRA survey, so the European Platform of Regulatory Authorities, the EPRA carried out a survey among its members, and this survey was supposed to answer the following questions. What idea do the European regulatory authorities have about the concept and mandate of public service media in their country under these new conditions? And what challenges does digitization bring for public service media and respectively for the regulatory authorities? And then there is also the question of the competencies of government authorities, how much power they should have to intervene in a steering manner in these kind of disruptive situations. There are about 50 members of EPRA and approximately 32 regulatory authorities responded to this survey, and we were analyzing their responses. So first of all, the validity of the public service concept. Traditionally and also empirically, there are different ideal characteristics defined of PSM. One is a comprehensive mandate, so these media are not only supposed to inform but also to educate and entertain. Then there are generalized mandates. So in the license, it is stated that SRG has general tasks and not, it doesn't specify any particular programs or contents that need to be produced. But it does state that the quality should be high, also in terms of diversity, pluralism, and objectivity. And it is characteristic of public broadcasting that it's not commercial in design. So a partial or total financing through fees is the general principle. And of course, it should be universal service for the public and not be aimed at profit. Another criteria, well, what is this universality? So geographically and socially, the entire country should be covered and should include programs that are interesting for all segments of society. Public broadcasting should also make a contribution to national identity and culture and do so independently of the state and commercial interests. So these traditional characteristics are often questions in the political debate. For example, it is questioned whether or not entertainment should still be part of the mandate. And we asked the regulatory bodies to what extent they would actually still persist in this ideal traditional concept, and the reply is very clear. The regulatory authorities think that this concept and the demands that it brings to the providers, they think that it is still valid today. There wasn't a single authority that stated, for example, that it was out of date as a concept, or that there needed to be major adaptations, or that major adaptations needed to be done. Several authorities named some particular tasks that they find important. For example, quality was mentioned, and after that came the contribution to the national identity and culture, and third place, the universal service aspect. Then we asked for the main challenges for PSM from the point of view of regulatory authorities. So, and what was named the most often was the range or the reach. So retaining this level of reaching the audience is very important in the opinion of the authorities. In particular, what we just heard before regarding younger audience. And they also said why, in their opinion, it still needs to reach a large segment of the public, because, in their opinion, this is the only way to fulfill the tasks that were named in the previous question, if they have as large a group of recipients as possible. So you cannot strengthen cohesion if you don't reach anybody or hardly reach anybody with the information. Certain measures were discussed with respect to reaching young audiences, for example, and that would be founding or extending channels and programs for young target groups. The next major challenge is stable funding. In the future, or adequate, the regulatory authorities are of the opinion that PSMs need to fulfill the same conditions as they have so far, but also there are additional demands that will arise from the digitization, and this can represent a conflict with certain funding possibilities. Thirdly, we asked, what challenges are faced by the actual regulatory authorities themselves? Again, funding was an issue, and also the question how to reach a young target audience. Regarding funding, it must be said, however, that the regulatory authorities were less looking at reduction of funding, because that is more a matter of politics. But they mainly dealt with the issue what kind of funding would be the right one. For example, how much advertising should be permitted. Should a public broadcaster be financed with fees or with taxes, for example? Questions like that. Another point, competition and cooperation. So right here we are talking about the relation between public broadcasters and private players. Various respondents pointed out that there was a heightened competition now between these different institutions, and what was also pointed out in several instances was foreign competition, such as, for example, Netflix, that pose an increasing challenge in that area. However, there are also regulatory authorities that pointed out that domestic powers are trying to put pressure on the public broadcasters. For example, one of our respondents from Iceland said the following.
There is a lot of pressure to reduce the size of the PSM and narrow its public service remit.
So, in other words, we have here national and international problems with which the regulatory authorities are faced. And then there is also the subject of cooperation. That sounds positive, first of all, or peaceful. But of course, the question is how to exactly design these cooperations. This is something we're familiar with from Switzerland as well, with the shared content model. Most cooperations that exist or were reported to us in Europe are about contents. For example, with shared content in Switzerland. However, in a second step, how exactly this is designed can be quite different. In Belgium, you can exchange images. In other countries, it's the right to sports competitions or other events, or a joint networks for investigative journalism in Germany. What is more rare are cooperations in distribution and in distribution. So, recognizability was another issue in Switzerland, especially with the new license of the SRG. And here we found that this topic does not have that much interest in Europe yet. And it also doesn't seem to be clear yet exactly what this differentiation would constitute. And of course, maybe something that is acceptable to a majority would be that the traditional public service mandates, that by continuing with these, you would naturally end up with a product that is recognizable. So, by implementing this, that would have as a consequence, or that would bring along recognizability as a consequence. The competencies, the powers of the regulatory authorities was another question. Most European countries have independent regulatory authorities in place when it comes to broadcasting, and they monitor the fulfillment of different provisions and are usually part of a ministry or some authority that are responsible for a general media strategy. The powers of these authorities are usually related to financial matters and sometimes also in the monitoring of performance. Maybe in some places they have a little more powers when it comes to protecting the recipients or staffing of certain public broadcasting organizations, so on organizational level, or regarding sanctions. Most regulators have hardly any competencies or powers when it comes to the online area, partly because there is no legal basis for this yet, so there is nothing to monitor. Or secondly, when they have no powers when it comes to actually designing certain provisions for program design. And this brings me to the conclusion. The European regulatory authorities are of the opinion that the traditional public service concept and the demands that go along with it, vis-à-vis the media, still remain valid, also in a digital age. And what is asked for now are adaptations of the public service media to the demands of the new digital world. However, it is often unclear what exactly public service media are allowed to do in the online area, or should be allowed to do, and this is a discussion that is not only ongoing in Switzerland. Secondly, the challenges for public service media and regulatory authorities are not always congruent, or only partly so. While the authorities are mainly dealing with monitoring of financing and provisions of programming, the actual providers, first of all, want to know how they can reach their audience and remain relevant under the conditions of digitization and increased worldwide competition, and to what extent they're allowed to do so. And then thirdly, the powers of many regulatory authorities are not sufficient in this context to support the public service media in their key challenges, which are funding, reaching the audience, and online adaptation in an effective way. Of course, regulatory authorities can act as communicators or facilitators in the way that they pass on important demands to the legislators, but it's mainly up to politics to allocate the mandates and responsibilities or define it for the providers. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Vielen Dank, Samuel Studer.
Thank you very much, Samuel Studer. Our very last example from practical realms comes from the French-speaking part of Switzerland. In the radio program Info Verso, a question put by an audience member is dealt with. For example, a question like, why does anchorman Darius Rochebin always have a smartphone lying in front of him in the online show? We're hearing from Christophe Chaudet what Info Verso does, and Christophe Chaudet, is director of the department, news department and sports department, the RTS. With that, over to you. Good afternoon. Indeed, I am at the helm of news and sports, have been so for about a year. But throughout my career, I've always held on to one conviction. A conviction that information, vertical information from top to bottom, as is happening every day on politics, news, sports, etc., is no longer sufficient. Vertical information is no longer sufficient, because today we also need to explain how we work. We need to look behind the scenes. We need to talk about the making of. That means to publicly explain our choices, our editorial choices, our learnings. We need to share the debates that we're holding within the editing team. That is, we need to create an interface between the editing staff and the audience. We need to link up with the audience, to engage with the audience, which is an important element in a participatory democracy such as ours, as was mentioned before, particularly in the running up of elections. And of course, we also need to talk about our professional standards, need to talk about how we distinguish ourselves from others. We need to talk about our value added in all humility, but talk about why what we do is important. And I think this has been transparent throughout the day-to-day. There is distrust, particularly against the media. If we maintain that we have a serious approach to reporting, we need to be transparent as we talk about it, to counteract against the criticism among the public at large. And this is what's become particularly important ever since the No Billag initiative. We need to talk about the work behind the presentations, behind the scenes. We need to look at what happens in the editing boards every day. Therefore, transparency in the public sphere is particularly important. Transparency is being demanded from politicians, more so in Switzerland and elsewhere, but transparency is just as important as regards our work. And that's why we decided to provide the audience with a look behind the scenes. We therefore launched a platform on Facebook. It's a Facebook page where you can start a dialogue with the editing team. And on our page, rts.ch, there's also a platform. On August 29th, the day when we launched this operation, I asked everyone in the team to talk about how they had been working that day. What we are proposing is a new dialogue platform where we talk about the choices we make, topics, photographs, texts that we produce, and everyone is invited to partake in this discussion. And here's the report on this.
8h30, les chefs de rubrique se retrouvent autour de la presse du jour.
It's 8:30 in the morning. The team is assembling behind the editing desks to start the dialogue on what will appear in the news in the evening. We have various sources for the information. The journalists no longer hold an information monopoly. Journalists professionally attend to their job and to try and organize the chaos of information. 9:30 in the morning, every member of the editing team is assembled to share information on those topics that will perhaps appear in the evening. This is where we discuss the mode of presentation. This is where we discuss the length of the individual presentations. This is where we decide on the important elements that will figure in the news program. A report is being prepared on a video game.
Je suis plus au courant du sujet qu'elle parce qu'elle le découvre quand j'arrive. Ensuite,
Indeed, I'm preparing the ground for the journalist and the anchor person. I'm drafting the text, and the anchor will then tell me whether it's comprehensible. And finally, the journalist will discuss the suggestions made by the back office team. Basically, throughout the day until 7:30, we're in a discussion on what's going to be presented in the evening news program. This is a living organism. Tomorrow's news program will remain to be written. So this is a very simple, a very pragmatic approach that I consider to be very useful. Infoverso is a very small community. We have a Facebook community of 1,800 members. It's not many, perhaps, but these are valuable members that make important contributions. We also provide videos that explain how our journalists work. For example, the correspondent in Brussels talks about how he or she structures his or her day, how they organize the programs and presentations made. Also, audio podcasts are being presented on that platform, again sharing information on how information is being gathered throughout the world. A look behind the scenes is being permitted if, for example, a journalist spends 3 weeks on Aquarius, the life-saving boat in the Mediterranean. This is where the journalist then talks about how they experienced their lives on that ship. It's a platform that allows for a dialogue. It's a blog. It's a radio program where journalists, for example, gather questions they received from the audience and that are then taken up by an expert where answers are being provided to the questions handed in by the audience. Of course, not everything may be perfect on that platform. Humidity is part of the game, but we're being transparent about this. The idea behind all of this is to have a transmedia response. We want to be present on all channels, on platforms. The questions that we receive are of great diversity. Certain questions reflect the audience's curiosity on how news programs are being made. A certain number of questions reflect that very curiosity. For example, there generally is always a question on the presence of smartphones on the table in front of the anchorman, and sometimes suggestions are made as to what topics should be researched. Sometimes also genuine questions, editorial questions are asked. For example, on the journalistic definition of a certain phenomenon, things that may be simple but are not. For example, what definition do you have of extreme right politicians versus extremists, etc.? So these are questions questions we then take up with the editors-in-chief, trying to provide definitions and answers. So it's simple to say the extreme right, but what does it actually mean? This is where we try and provide answers. When there is an attack, for example, do we talk about terrorism, or is there a distinction to be made? Those are the things that are being discussed in the Wednesday meetings of the editors-in-chief. The debate is thus being motivated by many of these audience questions. If you start opening up to a dialogue, you present your soft spots. You expose yourself to attacks. Of course, we moderate our platforms, so this is not always easy to do. Currently, we're having a debate on anti-Semitism, and that generally generates comments that are not acceptable, that need to be eliminated from the blog, which again raises other debates on the question of censorship. But by and large, we consider the contributions made as being constructive. Sometimes we also reap compliments. Sometimes one hears that no news is good news, but we sometimes do get compliments, which is highly motivating for the team. We have 6 people working on this Infoverso platform. They don't do so only, but they dedicate some time to the platform, as, for example, they are trying to get a hold of people that might answer questions that were put. We try and provide answers within 24 hours. If you ask a question Sunday evening, you should get an answer to it by Monday evening. We also organize audio podcast production, and there's involvement in the editing team discussions. Recently, we had a question as to negotiation on sports contracts, and we were trying to get answers from it, as is reported in this news program, where the anchorman talks about sports rights. How are sports rights negotiated, was the question. Sometimes tariffs are negotiated 3 to 4 years ahead, where TV stations negotiate prices to be paid for the broadcasting rights of football games or Olympic games. In order for broadcasts to take place, negotiations must happen early on. This is true also for us and our 3 networks, where we pay 50 million for sports rights. This may seem like an enormous amount of money, but if you look at individual sports events, this is perfectly justified. Champions League could no longer be broadcast on Swiss television because the rights were simply too expensive. One has found a solution to the Champions League question by broadcasting Champions League games a day later. You have to consider the timetable for the negotiations. The closer to the games, the more expensive they are. Sports rights is obviously an interesting topic. One couldn't continue for a couple more minutes, but in conclusion, perhaps only the following. The principle of establishing an interface, a dialogue platform between the editing team and the public is a very simple approach, a pragmatic approach, something that existed in the past, no doubt. In the French-speaking world, one will remember France Télévisions that had a short program where one member of the audience was invited into a show asking questions that were then answered by a journalist. This was a precursor program. But today we are obviously trying to involve social media. We are having an interactive approach to create a community because we need to move ahead with the community that is our audience. This is how we try to explain our work, not justify our work, but explain the way we work, where we explain how we try to provide value added. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Christophe Chaudet.
Thank you very much, Christophe Chaudet.
Yes, these were our three examples, practical examples, innovative children's contents from Denmark, a platform for young storytellers from Scotland, and an inspiring example in transparency from French-speaking Switzerland. These examples show us how varied public service in the digital age can look. This brings us almost to the conclusion of our first International Public Media Conference, a joint project of the Federal Office of Communication Ofcom, the Swiss Association of Communication and Research SACR, SRG SSR, and the Federal Media Commission FMEC. And its president, Otfried Jarren, will be here to speak the closing words. Mr. Jarren has been researching and lecturing since 1997 as a professor for media and communication studies at the University of Zurich. Before that, he was a tenured professor of journalism and political sciences at the University of Hamburg. In 2012, he was appointed by the Swiss Federal Council as president of the newly established Federal Media Commission, which is, as you know, a non-parliamentary expert commission which has the function of counseling the authorities. Welcome, Otfried Jarren. Thank you very much for the friendly welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very pleased to address some final words to you without PowerPoint, however, because I try to speak spontaneously. I will do it in 6 points. Point 1, something I noticed today again, is that platforms are often mentioned. This might show us how attractive or necessary platforms are in order to offer certain contents. And the line between platforms on the one hand and the publicist media, television, newspapers, radio, seems to be somewhere between these two areas. There's a kind of there's a big field in between, and this might be a big opportunity. I'll come back to that presently. And it also can bring along certain risks, such as shitstorms or fake news, hate speech, just to name a few. They can develop huge power, they can emotionalize us, they can show us great things and serve as a wake-up call, but they also are emotional. They are a little bit like the cherry on the pie. They are important, as we learn, but unlike publicistic media, they aren't really our daily bread. We need our bread, in other words, information, a continuous flow of sustenance, which is reliable, that has been checked and tested. Without that, the social media that are not really so social, they wouldn't be able to play on these topics. We wouldn't be able to exchange them, talk about them, and all of this is important. And for that, we are dependent on our normal everyday bread, to call it like that. And luckily, the traditional media still provide it. We heard from the Federal Councillor today that media have many functions. I would like to repeat them because they're important. They represent us, our country, our language, our languages, our culture, our cultures, our variety of cultures, different geographic areas, cantons, the country. These are all political spaces that are very well defined, and also they represent our political interests and do so regularly and reliably. They create a public discourse and want to serve a public task. They want to be reliable, and generally speaking, we can rely on them. Of course, there are always problems, mistakes, irritations, but as a rule, they try to be professional, live up to their professional standards that they set themselves, and that's also been set to them by society, by us, in other words. So the general public is their highest authorities, and they present us with different contents and allow us to continuously take part and to be involved. And that is a very important function. And it has to be consistently available in a certain quality. So we expect a lot from license providers. And in the different presentations, this was stressed again. We expect a certain form of citizenship, so inclusion, in other words, that is not only a political aspect, but also cultural and social. And it also has to do with the civil society. And this will be a continuous process of re-establishing these aspects, and for that we depend on a variety of media, because this is not just a national matter. It is, among other things, but it's also European, and in many cases, certainly dealing with global issues, it is also an international matter. And that closes my second part, that these public service media have their importance because they guarantee reliability and steadiness that other media, to my knowledge, cannot yet offer. This brings me to part 3. Diversity in publicistic media. The Federal Council has said it already. We need these media, whether private or public. We need both. Both allow for a certain competition to try out different approaches to topics. This competition generates surprises, competition, and also a certain diversity. And if there was only one provider available, there would be no competition anymore. We know that competition is always a very important element. We need a certain tension for interesting contents to emerge. So one aspect being moved out doesn't mean that the other triumphs. They depend on each other. Media are not always easily accessible for everything because they are produced by professionals, but they do attempt to reach all or as many as possible, and that is a very valuable democratic principle, to be open to all, to be there for everybody, to allow access to everybody. Now it becomes more difficult for the traditional media because the options are becoming more and more numerous. Options, I say, not information necessarily, and there are also questions of regulation that arise from this. How do we find the relevant contents, or at least which we consider to be important? How accessible are they? How can we find them? This is another discussion that needs to be continued. So, to be found, how do people actually access the necessary information, will be of crucial importance in the future. And still the topic of hot discussions, how do you actively promote contents? Are you allowed to use an algorithm to do that? And if you do so, what should be the rules governing this? How and who is allowed to use our data? Sometimes we might not even know who is using it. Where is the difference between those who represent public service and the publicist media? There has to be some kind of differentiation. And in my opinion, that is important. We need to discuss this in order to know how we are addressed and what happens with the information about us, our data, ultimately. My fourth point, we had many examples on that. Developing offerings. That is very encouraging in my opinion. It's great to see what is possible, especially when involving the younger generations. Maybe not all people like me, we're still in the loop somehow, but it's the young people you need to track down and you need to get involved. And innovation is inescapable there, and we have seen already what kind of innovation forms are tried out. And at the same time, I'm convinced that journalism will need to be further developed. Journalism has a certain certain tradition, it has a certain culture that has developed, but we've noticed that it is not so collaborative. It's not really based on exchange and interaction so much. Some examples today have shown how this might be remedied. I liked some of the expressions that we use today. For example, journalism has something to do with listening, with approaching people, and it has something to do with being involved, being on site where something is happening. I am convinced that in these newsrooms nothing really happens. Outside in the world, this is where the stories really occur. So how can journalism organize itself, and how should it be conceptualized, and how should it operate? This brings me to point 5. Today, I realized again, also thanks to many of the interesting examples that were brought forward, that digitization is not really our problem, maybe. In fact, it might be what is happening to society, that society is drifting apart. It's becoming more pluralistic and more diverse. And people have more diverse goals than previously. This, in a way, is a gain, of course, but it's very difficult to comprehend, and it's sometimes also contradictory if you don't understand a position, if there are too many different opinions. And the fact is, if we have this diversity and it represents something that is positive for society, that is my conviction at least, then we should think about whether we're able to use digital tools in order to capture these opinions, to show them, bridging and bonding, in other words. Maybe this could be a very important task for public broadcasters, to assume this bridging and bonding task, to capture society, as it were, to show it and to make visible many different positions. And without really having a reply to this, I come now to my last point. Federal Councillor Sommaruga pointed out, and I believe that this is important, that the media are something like a social or infrastructure. I think we can all more or less imagine what an infrastructure is. The bus that takes people to a remote valley is maybe a infrastructure that as tourists or visitors we like to use, but at this time of the year not at all. However, for the people who live there, this infrastructure is of existential importance. You can get down into the valley or to go to the city and come back. So infrastructures are very interesting. They are reliable, they are important, you need them, but not always. Not always are all infrastructures equally important. Okay, water, electricity, gas, these are things that we use every day, but there are other infrastructures on offer that we might not appreciate to the same extent because we don't use them every day. But we should really always point out the importance of these infrastructures. For example, the possibility to obtain information, reliable information. And these are all things that are made possible through infrastructure. This isn't simple by any means, because things that come along automatically, such as electricity or running water, for example, seem so clear, and we know that we pay for them, just like we do for the firemen. But here, our job is, for regulators and also for society and also the Federal Media Commission, to promote this media infrastructure and make clear, together with industry players, why we need it, not only in Switzerland, but everywhere in the world. And with that, I come to my conclusion. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for having been our guests today, for engaging with us, and hopefully also took the opportunities during the break to talk with some of our speakers. And special thanks to Latina Heimgartner and her team, who really organized the perfect event here. And I hope that we will have more opportunities, Latina, to raise a glass with you and your team at the apéro following this. Thank you very much.